heart of your team. The heart of LA, Valley Sports West. The heart of the fan.
Showtime! Welcome everybody to Angels Live pregame, presented by your Southern California Cadillac dealers. Angels, Astros, concluding a rough four-game series so far for the Halos, looking to avoid the sweep. They've lost 8 straight at home. Time to put an end to that here tonight. You have Alex Cobb on the hill, but how about the home run leaders in MLB? Shohei Ohtani with 45, one behind Salvador Perez. The Royals are off tonight in Detroit. Tomorrow for a weekend series. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. also with 46, and the Blue Jays are at Minnesota tonight, and so far he has not homered, and hopefully Shohei can catch them here tonight. With Mark Gubaza, I'm Patrick O'Neill. Does he do it?
Yes. I still feel if he can get anything to hit. I mean, with 4 walks last, I did have one about where he got a couple fastballs, middle part of the plate. He's going to be almost a situation like where Barry Bonds was when he got one pitch to hit, you can't miss it. And you just got to be in position to just relax, don't chase pitches out of the strike zone. But when Shohei gets one in the zone, he's starting to swing the bat well, using the whole field. Any mistake at all in the zone, he is going to cover it.
That really is the question. Is he going to get pitched to? If you're Dusty Baker and the Astros, do you pitch? If you're Seattle and Scott Service coming in, do you pitch to Shohei Ohtani?
No. I mean, he's that good. He's put together such an incredible season. We know what he's done on the mound, but what he's done at the plate and on the bases, you just can't go after him with pitches in the strike zone. If you get Shohei to chase, maybe you pitch to him. But Shohei right now is showing a lot of patience and not chasing stuff out of the strike zone.
That was a tough loss last night, without a doubt, Gooby. But we do have something positive that we want to share and show. In case you missed it, Mark Gubaza was sent down to get some French fries. Rich Waltz says, you know, we saw this great family with the fries. You do ketchup or mustard on the fries. You absolutely just hijacked the situation.
Yes.
You get the fries, no mustard. So that kind of started the ball rolling of your interesting evening. What I thought was absolutely amazing is a foul ball down the left field line. This fan catches it wearing a Japan Shohei Ohtani jersey, and he points right to you and he says, Gooby. I've never seen anything like this. Gooby, pointing to you. You end up getting that baseball, signing it, and giving it to this young man.
Yeah, Chris, that was unbelievable. It was so cool that Chris catches that foul ball and then points up at me in the booth, and it was great to be able to get the baseball up there and be able to sign it for him. What a great moment. That was a crazy night yesterday. There was a lot of, even though the Angels weren't able to win, they had a couple chances there in the extra innings, even late in the game, but it was a lot of fun. The fan support so far for this season has been outstanding, and it's been a tough year, especially what we've seen over the last number of games at home, but it was still pretty fun last night.
That was really one of the cool moments all year. Okay, so Alex Cobb, he's making his first home start since July 17th. He's won his last 5 straight home appearances. Last guy to do that was the Weave back in 2013. If he wins tonight, he's going to match what Mark Langston did back in 91.
I love the way he's throwing the baseball. He's such a leader amongst the pitching staff. But when he threw the ball that last time out against the White Sox, there was incredible movement on all his pitches with his 2-seam, 4-seam, knuckle curve, and his splitter. My go-tos for him to be successful here tonight against the Astros. No, very similar lineup. You had the White Sox, and now you got the Astros. Very deep 1 through 9. Is that glove side fastball movement. He brings that back to the outside part of the plate, brings it in the strike zone. Same thing against lefties, and big time as far as the thing. Get a swing and miss with his thing throughout this game. 35.4% whiff percentage versus the splitter. The thing was excellent last time out, but his fastball movement was so good. He even said throughout the game, he was surprised how hard he was throwing, how consistent he was throwing as far as in the strike zone, and that movement he had.
By the way, The Thing, the Kurt Russell science fiction thriller horror film, one of the best horror science fiction movies of all time. Very scary.
Yes.
Just like Alex Cobb's Thing.
That thing could be as scary as the thing there with Kurt Russell. Yes. I mean, when it starts in the strike zone, and then boom, it's out of the strike zone like that, just like the thing.
Wondering the over-under on the amount of times the thing gets mentioned in the broadcast tonight. We might have to go to Rich Waltz on that. Rich, I'm going to say, I'll set it around 40, 41 and a half.
Well, like the other night you tossed to me, and I'm going into a deep baseball subject, and you were talking about Dexter.
Now it's the thing.
Right,
you
now
never
it's
know.
The thing.
You never know what you're going to get. How about I set you up on Jack Mayfield? He'll be 31 in exactly a week, but this month of September. This will be his 20th game of September. He's never had this type of run in the bigs, and he must be just loving every minute of it.
Oh, you got to know, because as you noted, he's, his clock is a little further along than most that just arrived in the big leagues in 2019 with these Astros. Had a few games with them in 19 and in 20. He was with 4 different organizations this last 12 months, with Houston, then Atlanta, then Seattle, and then with the Angels. A couple things to like about him. Versatility is one. The power has really played. The more you see him, the more the power grows. And the other thing that's interesting about him, look at the defense. He's not really shiftable, right? I mean, he can pull the ball and pull the ball with power. 401 feet, launch angle 36 degrees. And then last night, in a big moment, bags loaded, Angels were down, and look where he goes, down the right field line. That's rare in the game today when you watch a defense that doesn't really shift against a hitter. The other thing that I mentioned earlier, the versatility of Jack Mayfield. Obviously, these last couple months have been about auditions, not just for the starting rotation and all the young pitchers that are here, but for guys that are getting an opportunity to play every day that don't usual. Phil Gosselin, obviously one of those. Jose Rojas getting a chance. But Mayfield, I think, has really made the most of his opportunity. Another thing to like about him, he's a natural shortstop. And if you're a natural shortstop, you can usually move around the infield pretty easily. He's still getting the hang of third base. The ball's right at him. We had that conversation with Brian Butterfield about him. But a natural shortstop that can move around the infield, that can add some pop, there's value in a guy like that. And let's hope that he's in the big leagues now for a nice little run after being in the minor leagues and paying his dues.
Yeah, let's see if he could go on a run if the Angels can as well. We'll let you get ready for the call, but real quick, I'm just going to add this. If somebody catches a foul ball and yells "Gooby" tonight, it's a fix.
Yeah.
It absolutely, it would have to be 2 nights in a row. It's a fix.
No, it's look, I've worked with Gooby now for like 2.5 months, and I've learned it's like opening for the Stones.
Yes.
Right? You come out, and people are nice to you, and then when you step aside and Gooby comes on, then they go bananas.
By the way, Prince opened for the Stones back, I think, '83 at the Coliseum. Didn't go well. I was there. Rich Waltz, have a great call. Thanks for stopping by.
Okay.
They made a mistake, by the way, booing Prince. That was a big mistake.
Yes, definitely.
The fans just wanted George Thorogood. I can't blame them at the time. How about the missed opportunities for the Angels, especially last night? 10th inning, bases loaded, nobody outs, and there were many others.
Yeah, that's, especially when you're trying to find a way. You want to gain some momentum, and you want to be able to build some confidence with some of your younger players, like Rich was talking about. Guys getting a chance to be able to play and go out there and perform against a very good team. When you have those chances, you cannot miss those opportunities. And, there's some plays there. They played some unbelievable defense last night. The Astros is the reason why they were at the top. Kian Wong goes back to the base, and he feels that ball was going to be caught. Brandon Marshall's pointing out, you got to get back in there. It cost him a base hit. I don't really fault Wong for what he did on that one because, at that point you thought maybe he caught it, you want to get back to first base. And then this line drive, and McCormick, what a game. 2 outstanding diving catches, a great throw, 3 hits in the game. You can't have a better game than what he had, especially when you think about the rest of the guys in the lineup. And then Shohei Ohtani trying to steal a bag, going for number 24. Beats the throw, but then the foot off the base. So many things went against the Angels, yet they had a chance later in that game, Patrick. But the Astros capitalized on all those plays and made all the plays themselves.
Ohtani even tried to almost kick that baseball right out of the glove. And this is a tough one also for Walsh. It just was one thing after the other last night.
Yeah, Brandon's trying to be able to get a secondary read. And then he gets back to the base, but he's picked off because you're thinking, okay, that ball's far enough away. When you're struggling, you're always trying to take the extra base due to little things. And sometimes when a team is relaxed, playing outstanding defense, they're under control, making plays. When an opponent like the Angels right now are trying to find a way, anyway, whether it's with their feet, their glove, their bat, on the mound to win a game, you're more apt to make mistakes, so the game is speeding up. But the Astros are slowing the game down, and they're making all the plays.
Gosh, did they make the plays last night? That was just a slow burn, and painful it was at the end. So Lance McCullers is on the hill for the Astros. He's having a great year. What's the go-to? How do you beat him tonight?
Well, I mean, he's, the thing is, he's added a slider in his repertoire. He's always had a good knuckle curveball, which is excellent. But I think the key for him and for the Angels to have success against him tonight is they cannot miss fastball mistakes. A batting average versus fastball of .310 with 7 home runs allowed versus his fastball. You got to try to avoid those breaking ball counts and lay off those breaking pitches when they start at the knees, because when they end up below the strike zone, he will get a punch out. 116 strikeouts with his breaking pitches. That's mean his slider and his curveball. And remember, he just added his slider this season. It used to be a lot more curves. His slider is every bit as devastating as his curveball.
So, the Houston Astros, the magic number is, I believe, 1 or might be 2 going into tonight, right, to clinch that AL West. But will they face the Chicago White Sox, who clinched the division, first team to clinch the division earlier today? When we come back, we've got Jose Mota, who's going to join us, talk about that. Also, he wants to talk about Brandon Marsh, the way that this guy is going to try to finish the season strong. So it's Mota Island next, and Alex Cobb getting loose for a big start versus the Astros.
I love the Boys and Girls Clubs because they help you believe that you can make it to the big leagues.
Big leagues of what? Law. Art? Construction? Baseball?
How'd you guess?
For 25 years, Major League Baseball has partnered with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America to help kids make it to the big leagues of anything.
Is presented by your Southern California Cadillac dealers. Lance McCullers Jr. and the Astros trying to complete a 4-game sweep. Angels looking to prevent that from happening, and here's how they're going to attempt to get to Lance McCullers Jr. Brandon Marsh is going to be leading off, followed by Shohei Ohtani DHing. Don't forget, he's also pitching on Sunday, followed by Phil Gosselin, Jared Walsh, Jack Mayfield, Jose Rojas in right, Kurt Suzuki behind the dish, Luis Rengifo, shortstop, and David Fletcher is going to be hitting 9th, back in the starting lineup tonight. Alongside Mark Gubiza, Patrick O'Neill, and we're going to bring in Jose Mota from Mota Island. Buenas noches, amigo. How are you?
Oh, the island's getting cooler, man. There's a change in the weather, and I think the island might be shut off here for a while.
It's a strange kind of haze. They're saying that smoke is blowing down from Northern California. It's kind of an odd night for sure, weather-wise. I want to ask you about Brandon Marsh. His slugging percentage in August was .436. His slugging in September is .318, but he plays the game so hard. What adjustments? What do you think he's learning here as he closes out this season?
He's learning that in the big leagues, they're going to find out exactly what you don't do right. But you also have to understand that you need to go out there and dig and see what you're doing right, because eventually that's what's going to keep you in the big leagues. We're talking about a very intelligent, athletic player who's continuing to grow, who has gone through the ups and downs, the dry spots and the great spots, but he's displayed tremendous athleticism and aptitude towards the game. I mean, you don't have to tell a guy to have a good secondary lead to get to third base, right? He does it automatically the day he arrived in professional baseball. Contact, using the other part of the field. Pull side, getting on breaking balls, he's done very well. And then on the defensive side, he goes out there and does a marvelous job reading pitches. And the ability to make the job easier, too, talking to Brian Butterfield, making his job easier as a coach because of what he does with his leads, how he anticipates, and he always knows where the fielders are out there playing, arm strength, positioning, all those things matter a whole lot. And then the energy and the flow, gotta love it.
Yeah, Jose, when you look at the Astros defensively, we saw all the plays they made last night. Is it because of the positioning, or what is the big reason why they don't seem to make any mistakes, whether to run in the base or especially on the defensive side?
Well, we had a chance to talk to Dusty about this, and Joe Espada, actually their bench coach, and they pride themselves, number one, is positioning. They really believe and trust their system, which has been advanced for many years. And last night it was a showing again of why and how they do it. This is pretty much placing the right guys in the right spots. We have seen this young player out there, Chaz McCormick, in center, left, and right. And then we've seen him with the range going to his right, going to his left, going to the line, getting a good idea on how to use his great athleticism and instincts. And then we go to positioning. Carlos Correa. This is a play in which most infielders just lose it, game over. But Correa stays alive by saying, I got to use whatever I can with my legs, go on my knees to do a bouncer, Gooby. That takes not just athleticism, but smarts on the field. And then take chances, positioning, get behind the baseball, Gooby. This is pretty much a strike against a very fast runner on a risky play that he had to go out there and take a chance on. But look at the execution. It's not just so much about your tools, but with those tools, they execute well, and they place guys in the right spots.
Let's talk about the Astros. Right now, they are the American League favorite to get to the World Series, to win the World Series, as a matter of fact. Fangraphs has them at 16%. The Dodgers, they are the overall favorite at 20%. So they're trying to track down Gooby Tampa, right, for the best overall record in home field throughout. But they're likely going to play the White Sox and host the White Sox. So how do you handicap Houston's chances to win the pennant?
Yeah, Patrick goes, I still think they're my favorite to get to the World Series for the American League. I think right now, as well as they're playing, as healthy as they're getting, I would think they have a good chance to win it all right now. The White Sox are very good. They play exceptionally well at home, but they're going to fall a little bit short against the Astros. They're 2-5 against the Astros this year. The Astros had success against them at home, and that's where they would more than likely open up. They're very, very deep. Both of those lineups are very, very deep, 1 through 9, and both have veteran managers and guys have been successful throughout their entire career. It's going to be a fun series to be able to see those two go at it. What do you think, Jose?
I'm going to go with the Astros, Gooby. Now that we've seen the White Sox, we've seen the Rays. The Rays can beat you in so many ways, but they're not at full strength either. And, you know, it's remarkable what they've done. But I'm going to go the Astros for a couple reasons. Number one is the rotation. They have enough depth and also interchangeable pieces. Remember, in the postseason, you need interchangeable pieces like a Luis Garcia, like a Framber Valdez, to come in and out and give you length or give you 3 or 4 innings out of that bullpen. Their bullpen is revamped. They have experienced players. And which team has played with more boos, with all odds against them, than the Astros? So, you know what? They might bend a little bit here and there, but, boy, they do not break.
Yeah, all those things that you guys just mentioned, I would have to certainly agree. I like that revamped bullpen for sure, with Presley and Graveman starting rotation, and that lineup is so incredibly deep. And let's just get them out of town, hopefully, with a loss. What do you say? Jose, thanks very much, pal. We appreciate it.
Got it.
All right, listen, let's take a break. When we come back, Gooby, I'm going to thank you, though.
Thank you, Patio. By the way, that was a good job by the pitcher getting out of the way of that throw by Carlos Correa at the plate, though. That's one thing, he dove out of the way. That was a good play.
Yes, yeah. Pitchers, you know, they got a lot going on upstairs. Retired numbers for the Halos is next.
Mike Trout. People know he's one of the greatest players this game's ever seen.
Meet Mike Trout.
Can run.
He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
He's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
I love the Boys and Girls Clubs because they help you believe that you can make it to the big leagues.
Big leagues of what? Law. Art? Construction? Baseball?
How'd you guess?
For 25 years, Major League Baseball has partnered with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America to help kids make it to the big leagues of anything.
Hi, I'm Bo Bichette, and you can catch me making great plays on MLB Tonight.
Another great defensive play.
And I'm Harold Reynolds, and you can catch me breaking down those great plays on MLB Tonight.
MLB Tonight, only on MLB Network.
Sports is presented by your Southern California Cadillac dealers. Alex Cobb and the Halos, Game 4 versus the Houston Astros. We are celebrating 60 years of Angels baseball. Let's look at all those amazing retired numbers. For the past 60 seasons, Angel Stadium has been home to some of baseball's most significant players. To recognize those Angels whose halos glow just a bit brighter through the years, the organization created a Team Hall of Fame to honor this exemplary group.
It was a real honor for me. It's a wonderful thing to be a part of that legacy that your name will always be associated with, even after you're dead and gone. You know that Bobby Rich is still going to be part of the Hall of Fame.
Jimmy just allowed you to go out and play the game, because I think he knew that we were all good players, and he allowed us to just play the game.
I was inducted in 1990. I've had all these years to reflect on it, to see how far this organization has really come, first class all the way.
There was so much fun in that locker room because we knew we could play, and we pushed each other every night that we went out there, and we had fun playing the game.
It was very special that they honored me while I was still an active player. Certainly felt honored that the organization looked at me in that light.
Jimmy Reese, what a peach of a man. Everybody protected him. And all the players felt like he was like their dad.
I wish I had done better. I wish we'd won more. But I can always say that I got the most there was to get out of myself. That's it. Played hard every minute, and I have no regrets.
I was very honored and very proud to have put that ring on, and I still love this place, and it's a special place for me.
The feeling I had about Mr. Autry was like he was almost like a father. I think he always felt his players as not as players or his team, but almost like his family.
From this day forward, my name will be associated with the finest, most successful players. I am humbled.
I think the guy that stood out the most was Dean Chance. Dean Chance pitched for Minnesota, then he came to the Angels, and Dean Chance was really a great right-handed pitcher.
Chuck Finley's, the Mike Witts, the Brian Downings, the Bobby Gritches, the Rod Carews. I mean, those were all the guys that I looked up to. Those were my idols when I was coming up. So it's great to be part of that class.
I came up through the Angels system. I was drafted by them, came up to the major leagues, and spent the better part of my career here. I'm as proud as heck to be called a California Angel.
It was a bit humbling. You know, I spent 99% of my career here, so I am an Angel, and I was very thankful and very appreciative.
Extremely happy to be part of this Hall of Fame. I will forever remember just the special moments here in this ballpark.
60 seasons of Angels baseball has produced this elite and special group. And Angel fans can look forward to future editions as the next generation of Halo superstars are inducted into the Angels Hall of Fame. Catch the latest Angels Weekly airing all week long, or visit valleysports.com to see more. We are closing in on First Pitch tonight at the Big A. Much more coming up right after this.
No one covers
host the show like MLB Network.
Put a star by that one.
Turn on baseball's best with over 200 live games all season.
Oh, my goodness!
Catch live look-ins every night on MLB Tonight.
Oh, baby!
Plus breakdowns and highlights of your team, my team, every team.
And gone!
Bring home our national pastime all the time. Only on MLB Network.
Mike Trout. People know he's one of the greatest players this game's ever seen.
Meet Mike Trout.
Can run.
He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
And he's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
Free medium fries with a $1 minimum purchase at participating SoCal McDonald's. Download and register on the McDonald's app. Love those kids. I thought maybe we'd see Gooby eating French fries for the second time in the program, but apparently not to be. I want to pass along some Angels transactions. Today, the Halos, they purchased the contract of A.J. Ramos, relief pitcher. I know Rich Waltz and Gooby will have more. Rich knows him from his time as a closer with Miami. They also have recalled relief pitcher James Hoyt. Reed Detmers was activated, but he was sent to option to AAA. He's going to get a start there likely on Monday, and also Selman and Marte were optioned today to AAA. So as far as the AL, NL wild card races are concerned, let's just take a look, fill you in on what's going on, because it is coming down to the wire. Boston will host the New York Yankees this weekend, so that's going to be a huge series. Toronto, half game back. You see they are currently 2-2 with Minnesota, bottom 4. Seattle with a big win over Oakland today, and they're coming in after a 4-game sweep. NL wild card standings, yeah, Dodgers are going to clinch. And St. Louis, they've won again. That is 12, count them, 12 wins in a row for the Cardinals, and the Redbirds going the right way, the Reds going the wrong way. When we come back, it's Rich, Gooby, Hosey, first pitch, Angels, and
my new better than ever cluck sandwich with a...
Hey, Harold, how do you prepare for a big show?
Well, I just try to stay positive. Take it one show at a time and treat it just like any other show.
How do you feel about the other analysts you work with?
It's a great group of guys. We're all on the same page. I'm just happy to be here.
What's your prediction for the season?
We'll see what happens. It all comes down to execution in the studio.
The pro player answers. He's still got it.
The analyst of MLB Tonight, answering baseball's toughest questions on MLB Network.
How the Angels got here with all the moves they made. They have
Meet Justin Upton. He's watching MLB Network.
Again, the lineup got deeper.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
They're deep. They're deep.
Miss the games? Quick Pitch has your back with all the plays from today that'll be talked about tomorrow on baseball's fastest hour of highlights and previews. MLB Network's Quick Pitch. Late nights and every morning. Only on MLB Network.
I love the Boys and Girls Clubs because they help you believe that you can make it to the big leagues.
Big leagues of what? Law. Art? Construction? Baseball?
How'd you guess?
For 25 years, Major League Baseball has partnered with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America to help kids make it to the big leagues of anything.
The heart of your team. The heart of LA. Valley Sports West. The heart of the fan.
Angels baseball on Valley Sports is presented by your Southern California Cadillac dealer. Angels and Astros again. This is game 4. Astros have won the first 3, and last night painful in extra innings. But there's a new sheriff in town. Alex Cobb is back, and he's on the mound. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Mark Gubiza. Jose Mota will join us shortly. It's certainly on this homestand felt like it's open mic night with young pitchers getting out, getting auditions, and that's good. You want to see what they have. Well, tonight, there's no mystery because the Astros are going to get an eye at Alex Cobb. He's been hot.
Yeah, Rich. Alex has been really good the whole season, obviously on the IL a couple times, but throwing the ball very well against the Chicago White Sox. Take a look at our play sense. Presented by Frontier. The movement on all his pitches. Curveball, knuckle curveball going straight down there. That's in the low 80s. Then he goes into the thing. That thing at 87 miles an hour. A ton of swing and misses. Then his sinker, both inside, outside part of the plate with great movement. That was important for him in that series against the White Sox, going 5 shutout innings. Take a look at our StatCast 3D, powered by Google Cloud. Nearly a little over 43% usage of the thing. He had that working. The sinker was very powerful. Knuckle curve was good, but four-seam fastball gave enough of an eye-level change to be able to make sure that sinker. But he told me after that game, his command, his movement was way better than he anticipated. Hopefully, against another deep lineup like the Astros, like he had against the White Sox, he'll put up some zeros.
We got to get Google Cloud to put the thing up there, right? Just put that on the screen. Look, last year, opening eyes was Jared Walsh, but people said, hey, it's just a 60-game season. Guess what? He's followed that up, and Jose Mota, it's been pretty impressive to watch.
Yes, he has been. This is this is beyond September now. I mean, Jared Walsh has captured the attention of many established players and many highly regarded managers, respected managers, because of one thing. He plays the game right, shows up every single day. We talk about teammates and great teammates. He is one of them. And then, obviously, with the bat, he has been a monster in showing, especially against right-handed pitchers, he can handle anybody. Yes, he's had his ups and downs, but you talk about 994 OPS last couple of Septembers. What a great month it has been for him with those 11 home runs, 32 RBI, 40 total games, swinging the bat nicely right now, taking his walks, staying behind the baseball, being late. It's a good thing for Jared Walsh. And then on the other side of the baseball, with the glove, he makes everybody around him much better. He takes a lot of pride in making plays, routine plays, outstanding plays by putting in the time. And one thing we know for sure, he is one of those guys that obviously one swing can make your team better. He is involved, he is engaged, and hopefully against McCullers, he's got the right swing path. It is McCullers against the thing right after we come back here on Valley Sports.
The ballpark is better when we're all here together. COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. Join the team and help us all get back to doing what we love together.
Cliff, how do you know how much bling to wear before each game?
What bling you wear during the game is a very important decision. You want to wear enough so you look good, but not too much where it slows you down on the base pass. Some diamonds are always nice, but on a sunny day, the reflection can get in your eye and make you miss a play.
Thanks, Cliff. Very informative.
The analyst of MLB Tonight, answering baseball's toughest questions. Only on MLB Network.
was a long one last night, a 12-inning affair. The Angels had opportunities in the 10th and the 11th, but it was the Astros that poured on some runs in the 12th. Angels and Astros back at it tonight. Brandon Marsh, some last-second advice from Brian Butterfield. And here come the Angels. And Alex Cobb, who has pitched so well on this mound. Great to have him back off the IL. Was terrific in his first start back. Beat the White Sox in Chicago. He's going to have to pitch well tonight. The Astros are one of the hottest teams in all of baseball. They've won 12 of their last 16, and at the top of their order is Jose Altuve, who's homered in this series. So has Jose Siri. Alex Bregman hits third. Kyle Tucker in the cleanup spot. Yuli Gurriel has 7 hits already in the series. Carlos Correa, Chas McCormick, and Jake Myers completes a rookie outfield tonight for the Astros, and Martin Maldonado. Outstanding defensive catcher, as Angel fans know. What are you looking for Alex Cobb tonight?
Yeah, my go-tos, we just showed a lot how well he threw the ball last time out against the White Sox, but my go-tos for Alex Cobb to be very, very successful against another deep lineup, just like he saw in Chicago, is that glove side fastball movement. Looks like a ball off the plate, brings it back on the outside corner, same thing against a lefty, and then be able to get a lot of swings out of the zone on the thing. A 35.4 whip percentage versus the thing. He threw a lot of them last time out and a lot of successful pitches on that splitter.
Angels defense tonight, very similar to last night. Bill Goslin, Brandon Marsh, Jose Rojas in the outfield, Mayfield and Walsh on the corners, Rengifo and Fletcher up the middle. And Kurt Suzuki gets a start behind the plate. He finished the game behind the plate last night, and he'll start it tonight. Angels and Astros.
And Luis Rengifo will be busy anytime that Alex Cobb is on the mound and he's throwing the ball well. He's going to get a lot of ground balls. 55.6% ground ball rate. Rengifo has really slowed the game down very well with shortstop. Has made some solid plays from that position.
This will be the only game going in Major League Baseball in about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. A lot of day baseball on a travel day. You've got a game right now in the bottom of the 5th. The Blue Jays and the Twins are all tied at 2-2. A few other games on the East Coast about to finish. Altuve in the box. Siri will follow. Bregman after him. And the 33-year-old Alex Cobb goes to work. First pitch is strike one.
By the way, always got to check that score with Toronto just to make sure with Vlad Jr. he has a hit, but no home runs yet in the game against the Twins.
Good to know. The Astros' magic number is still 3 coming into this game to clinch the American League West, because Seattle has stayed hot and hit 3 home runs to come back and beat Oakland 6-5 today.
What a great story that was up in Oakland. Chris Bassett getting the start. First game back after getting hit with that line drive, threw the ball very well for 3 shutout innings for the A's. They had the lead, but Seattle came back.
Came back against the Oakland bullpen. Altuve 3 hits in the series, including a home run. Smacks that one foul and out of play. He had a big hit last night in the 12th. The Angels bullpen last night pitched pretty darn well and then finally broke at the end.
Yeah, and Joe said it best when he brought in Selman. That was a tough spot with all those right-handed bats with the man starting at second base. A tough situation. But the Angels had some chances to be able to score and not worry about going deeper in the game with their bullpen. But, you know, it's a new game for Alex Cobb. There's a couple hitters in this lineup between Altuve and Bregman combined, 7 for 12. To get through that, should be solid.
The pitch misses inside. 8 different relievers worked last night. Jansen Junk had some nice moments, but lasted just the 4 innings, gave up the 3 runs. Andrew Wantz was terrific last night. Jimmy Herget, Jose Quijada, Mike Myers, Raisel Iglesias, all working scoreless innings. 2-2. That one cranked foul.
Come on, that splitter. That was a 90-mile-an-hour splitter from Alex Cobb. High percentage splitters thrown last time out for Alex. He had almost 44% of his pitches splitters.
Two and two. Busted bat. Mayfield on the run gets the out. Angels bullpen, I mentioned 8 different guys worked last night, and today the Angels activated, brought up from AAA, a guy who has been an all-star in the big leagues, has pitched quite well in the big leagues, still coming back from a major shoulder surgery. A.J. Ramos is up and in uniform and in the Angels bullpen.
Good to see him up here. He's had a lot of success in his career. You mentioned that battle to get back to where he once was, and it's an opportunity to show that he's ready to pitch back up in the show.
Yeah, that labrum surgery is much more problematic and troublesome even than Tommy John surgery.
Yes.
It takes a lot longer to come back. He had that surgery at the end of 2018 when he was with the Mets.
And not that you won't ever have any surgery on your arm as a pitcher, but if you're going to have one of the two, the shoulder surgeries are really difficult to come back from. Tommy John, it's a period of time, but it's been a very successful rehab.
Siri to left. Goslin is there, and he makes a catch. So 2 outs, and here comes Bregman. Alex Cobb, this is one of those seasons where you look back, obviously, and you say, what if? What if Trout had stayed healthy? What if Rendon had stayed healthy? Even with those guys down, the Angels had a nice push in July, and the beginning of that month, Alex Cobb was part of that run.
And his fastball velocity is the best I've seen in years with movement. Did a lot of work at Driveline during the offseason. Worked a lot on his delivery and his tempo.
Bregman takes a strike.
That was good movement. That's 94. It looks like a ball off the plate as a right-handed batter, and he brings it back and catches the corner.
Bregman, rather quiet series, but the Astros have plenty of thump all over their lineup. Knocks it to center. Marsh is over. Lines it up, makes the catch. Alex Cobb. 1, 2, 3.
Nerds. My new money goal?
My new money goal?
We've got money goals.
Buy a place closer to my family down south.
Invest in Black-owned companies.
Invest in green companies.
Invest for my daughter's future and my retirement at the same time.
Have a better credit card
than her.
Whatever your money goals, NerdWallet knows the smartest ways to make them happen. Compare and find the smartest credit cards, mortgages, and investing accounts on NerdWallet. For all your money questions, turn to the nerds.
You spend 1/3 of your life in bed. That's why at Bull & Branch, we hold ourselves to a higher standard. Our bedding is 100% organic, toxin-free, and fair trade certified. It makes a difference you'll feel and offers a better way to live in this world. Start with our best-selling signature sheets made to get softer with every wash. Visit bullandbranch.com.
Getting a look out there and ready to roll. Brandon Marsh in the leadoff spot. Ohtani second. Phil Goslin has had a really good series. Jared Walsh hitting cleanup. Jack Mayfield slotted fifth. Jose Rojas, Kurt Suzuki, Luis Rengifo, and David Fletcher. And here comes Brandon Marsh. And waiting for him is Lance McCullers Jr., and he's had an outstanding season.
And really using his slider this season, a lot more curveball. My go-tos to have success against McCullers Jr. And he's a tough one out on the mound, because you got to have success and don't miss those fastballs. 310 batting average, 7 home runs versus his fastball, and lay off his breaking pitches that start at the knees. 116 strikeouts with his 2 breaking pitches.
This is his 18th appearance against the Angels in his career. That's amazing, because he doesn't look that old, and he's not. He's 27 years old, but he faced him all the way back in 2015, 4 times his rookie season, and he misses outside. The count 1-1. Marsh, Ohtani, and Goslin. Part of a really deep Houston rotation. And the Angels can attest to that. This is game 4 of a 4-game set.
And the interesting thing about Lance McCullers Jr., he starts way over on the first base side of the pitching rubber. And it gives him a better and clearer look against lefties. So lefties a little bit more success against him against right-handed batters, though.
Breaking ball on the ground. Altuve backhands, and Gurriel picks. That's a really nice play.
We've seen enough of these great defensive plays all series long, and I thought off the bat, once he had to go to that backhand, there was no way he was going to get Marsh with his speed, but he got rid of that baseball so quickly on the transfer. That's out of his glove that quick. That's the only way you have a chance to get Brandon Marsh going down the line. He's won a Gold Glove before, hasn't been quite the same defender, but that's a great play to get Marsh.
And last night, along with the excruciating extra innings and the loss, the Angels watched the Astros make play after play after play in the outfield. Chas McCormick in right in particular made a couple of diving catches and of course threw this guy out at the plate. Ohtani takes outside and it's 1-0.
Likes his curveball, you know, in this spot to get back in the count, so see if Shohei can get one of those breaking pitches on a higher arc.
Fouls it at the plate.
All speed pitch, Shohei out in front.
Ohtani 15 at bats, 3 hits, and no home runs against McCullers. The only Angel that is homered against McCullers is not in the lineup, and that's Juan Lagares. One and 2. Well, Houston certainly wasn't in the mood to pitch to Ohtani last night. He was walked 4 times. One intentionally, another was a intentional, unintentional walk.
Dusty Baker realizes that McCullers Jr. has had success against Shohei. With no one on here early, they're going to go after him.
Fastball up.
Now, runner in scoring position, that may change as the game progresses, but in this spot, no one on, they're going to challenge him and trust what he has done against Shohei in the past. See if Shohei can make that adjustment against McCullers Jr.
And of course, the Astros, their magic number is 3. It's kind of a foregone conclusion, but they have plenty to play for. They are trying to get the best record in the American League, and you never know what happens once you get to the World Series, who the opponent might be from the National League. So Dusty Baker, even though he's given some guys a day off here or there, it's full speed ahead. Win as many games as you can. They're 91 and 61 right now, and that pitch is down low.
Well, he's seen 1 fastball, he's seen 3 changeups, a couple curveballs in this sequence. Does he try to run a fastball upstairs, or does he stay with a changeup?
Got him. Came back, got the plate, and Ohtani strikes out.
Breaking ball, off speed. He's had a lot of success throwing backdoor breaking balls against Shohei. Now, Shohei now just 3 for 16 versus McCullers. And you kind of give up on it, thinking it's off the plate. It brings it back and catches towards the outside corner.
Goslin now has put together a little 4-game hit streak, which doesn't sound like much, but it's notable in this series.
And you got to look at the patterns already for McCullers. Well, you got to be ready first pitch, because that's sometimes he's throwing 2 out of the first 3 fastballs first pitch. I don't think you want to deal with his breaking pitches. It's a 152 batting average with 49 strikeouts versus curveball, 146 versus his slider, 67 punches.
He was an all-star back in 2017. Non-fastballs, and he added the slider to his repertoire this year.
2 of the best in all of baseball here. And look at all that connection, really, when you look at that with the Astros. Joe Musgrove, Charlie Morton.
That's something that the Astros were one of the first teams, maybe the first team in Major League Baseball, probably 6-7 years ago, to embrace the technology. You mentioned drive line, and a lot of that, weighted ball work, biometric, all of this stuff that they do to enhance your pitch designs, maximize your spin rate, the break on your ball. And the Astros were really the first team to jump into it with both feet. Goslin bounces out. McCullers and Cobb, both with 1, 2, 3 firsts.
They say nothing worth having comes easy, to which we say they must not have had our sirloin steak with garlic herb butter, because it takes less than 30 minutes to make. No, really. With Home Chef, you get more ways to have super delicious, super fresh meals that are also super easy. So even when you don't really have time to cook, you still have time to Home Chef. Get $90 off your first month at homechef.com. Also available at select stores. Home Chef. Delicious meets simple.
This is cellulose acetate, a plant-based material that's not only extremely durable, but also quite flexible, making it ideal for Warby Parker glasses, which, by the way, start at $95, including prescription lenses. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com. Oh yeah, about those prescription lenses. Warby Parker glasses come standard with custom-cut polycarbonate lenses that have been treated with scratch-resistant and anti-reflective coatings. Nice. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
A very solid and very economical first inning for Alex Cobb. 10 pitches, 8 strikes. How about this career best 9.7 Ks per 9 now with that first out recorded to Altuve, surpassing 1,000 innings in his career. Keeps it in the ballpark, 0.3 homers per 9. Outstanding. Career is 1 per 9. And then his whip at home, Gooby 1 on the road, 1.48. And one thing to keep in mind, too, is keep an eye on the slider, Gooby. Joe Madden told me he'd been working on that slider in the sim game, and it could hide it. Is another piece in that toolbox.
Surprising, especially I always feel when he has a good feel for his knuckle curve, that helps out, especially with the thing, his splitter. But I love this movement on his, and he's been using more four-seam fastballs, which generally will have cut action like a slider. So that's going to be a big pitch for him, especially upstairs.
And Jose Mota, his impact is not just back in the rotation and starting every 6 nights. It's in the clubhouse. It's on the rail when he's not starting, and a lot of those young starters and young pitchers are around him.
It's to my right. I am witnessing now, and I witness every time he's on the mound. Young pitchers, veteran pitchers like Dylan Bundy, just paying attention to this guy working his craft beautifully.
Hit hard. That's a fair ball. Walsh cuts it off. Cobb is over and gets the out. Nicely done.
Well, Walsh is such a gifted first baseman. His range. Alex Cobb, he knows that when you get a lot of ground balls, you're going to be covering first base quite a bit, especially against the left-handed bat. So always on that move over to first base. Jared Walsh showing the hands, one of the best as far as fielding percentage and range as a first baseman in the American League, and a perfect feed. And Alex Cobb liking not only the play, but he's liking the feed he gets right at the bag, giving a little finger point saying great play.
Jose Mota talked at the outset of our telecast about the athleticism that he has. He has to make you proud too, because he's still a big part of him is a pitcher at heart.
Well, he's so good as far as the 3-6-3 double play. He's and even talking with Joe both about him and then even about his arm. And he's saying he throws the ball as well as any first baseman he's ever been around. And that's so important. It's an underrated part of as a first baseman, because sometimes you're the cutoff man. You have to make a quick throw to the plate or another bag. But also, with a staff that doesn't have a ton of swing and misses as far as your staff, you're going to have ground balls, so there's a chance of double plays. And the Angels have turned a lot of double plays, and part of that reason, Jared Walsh.
Yuli Gurriel, a 1-2 count, and that's outside corner. Love the motion. You talked about the glove side run back to the plate. He knew he had caught the corner. You could see him skip right off the mound.
Yeah, look at this movement. You give up on it as a hitter, and you think that's no way, that's a strike, but yes, he's going to reverse moonwalk on that one.
That's like a hitter bat flipping with the balls off the bat. He knew it when he released it.
Yeah, because he stayed on top of that. It's so important when you throw that two-seamer. You have to have a lot of trust, and you have to start it off the plate, because if you start it on the inside part of it, off the outside corner, bring it middle, it's going to be trouble.
Correa now, 5 hits in the series, has knocked in a couple runs. Cobb's first strikeout. Alex was outstanding against the White Sox in Chicago. 5 innings, no runs, 2 hits. In the air, Rojas out there tonight. How about this, Alex Cobb? 19 pitches, 6 outs.
I love the Boys and Girls Clubs because they help you believe that you can make it to the big leagues.
Big leagues of what? Law. Art? Construction? Baseball?
How'd you guess?
For 25 years, Major League Baseball has partnered with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America to help kids make it to the big leagues of anything.
Cliff, how do you know how much bling to wear before each game?
What bling you wear during the game is a very important decision. You want to wear enough so you look good, but not too much where it slows you down on the base pass. Some diamonds are always nice, but on a sunny day, the reflection can get in your eye and make you miss a play.
Thanks, Cliff. Very informative.
The analyst of MLB Tonight, answering baseball's toughest questions. Only on MLB Network.
The very dependable Lance McCullers Jr. averaging 24.5 batters per start. Go out there and save that bullpen. On the road, 7-1, 2.53 ERA. In case you're wondering at home, 5-3, 3.54. Very good too. And then runners on, man. Turn it around and find that pitch. 155 average by the opponent, slugging 251. That is keying out right there, Rich.
Yeah, he's look, and you know, where do you slot him? Is this the guy that opens up the division series as a Game 1 starter?
He's been really good in the postseason in his career in big moments, even as a youngster. And the thing is really, I think it's impressive about him. As a right-handed pitcher, you cannot steal against him. I mean, he's quick to the plate. Not necessarily has a great move, but he doesn't need it because he's quick enough to play. This 1 stolen base allowed in 7 attempts against him this year as a right-handed pitcher. And he's had some traffic on the bases because he has a walk in his game. A lot of them.
The most in the American League right now. 71 walks coming in. And they count 2-1 on Jared Walsh. Mayfield, Rojas following. Bottom second. 2 really good starters to watch tonight. Altuve emerges from right field and gets Walsh at first.
Yeah, both pitchers with very high ground ball rates. McCullers also high, 56% ground ball rate. Mentioned about Alex Cobb, 55 already, 3 ground ball outs. So infielders, on your toes today. Hitters, you got to stay back and not get into pull mode. Use the whole field, especially with guys with pitches that are going to be a lower third quite a bit.
Now Mayfield. Mayfield in this series has showed why it's hard to defend him with a big shift. Most of the infields play him pretty much straight up. The outfield plays him a bit to right center. He homered down the left field line and then doubled last night down the right field line, and that one is right at the left fielder.
It's like we talked about on the pregame show, their positioning of their outfielders. Off the bat, you got to believe that's going to be a hit. But they bunch their outfielders, the corner outfielders, in the gaps. In other words, they're giving you both lines. And that ball hit like that by Mayfield, that has to be a hit. But it's right at him in left field. McCullers was able to run that down. Didn't have to dive on that one. We saw it twice last night, but it's positioning that's really worked for him very well so far, at least in this series and the entire year for the Astros.
Here's Rojas. Rojas getting the start in right field. So far an 0 for 10 in the series. It's fouled back. The theory when you shift your outfield, Joe Madden is the kind of the godfather of shifts. On the infield, obviously you're going where the balls go on the ground. In the outfield, it's not where the fly balls go, it's where the hardest contact goes. So you want to shift towards hard contact, because if it's softer contact than a fly ball, you have time to go get it. Pokes it over to that left side. Bregman is waiting and throws him out. And Lance McCullers looks just as sharp as Alex Cobb.
Weekdays, take a pregame trip around the league. See batting practice, fielding drills, player interviews, and expert analysis.
He gets it there, and then from here, he just bam!
Get exclusive access only on The Rundown. Weekdays, only on MLB Network.
How the Angels got here with all the moves they made. They have
Meet Justin Upton. He's watching MLB Network.
Again, the lineup got deeper.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
They're deep. They're deep.
The ballpark is better when we're all here together. COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. Join the team and help us all get back to doing what we love together.
Yes. Here's tonight's Hyundai Key for the game today. Bruce Springsteen's birthday today. Going a little 10th Avenue freeze out. Freeze him with the thing. And the knuckle curve for Alex Cobb tonight. I was wondering if you're making me run down there again tonight, Rich.
I know. I felt bad initially when I said, hey, Gooby, go down and get those fries.
You know what? It was worth it.
That was one of the highlights of the night. That and your rock star fan down the left field line. Here's McCormick, and he swings and misses. Jake Myers, Martin Maldonado. It's the bottom third of the Astros order, but there's power down here. Maldonado has been dangerous in this series. He's hit a couple of home runs. McCormick's had some big hits. They are still awaiting the return of Michael Brantley, who has a knee injury. Some thought that he might be back for this series, but it sounds like in a few days after the Astros leave town, he'll be ready.
Well, the way you were talking there, you were getting close to Halloween. You were saying return of Michael Myers, Michael Brantley.
So
he feels that way. That feels that way if you're a pitcher.
Equally scary if you're a starting pitcher.
He is an unbelievable hitter.
Check swing, didn't get the hands, it got the bat, and so that's a foul ball that counts 2-2.
Serious movement on a two-seamer.
Cobb back to work.
Whew. That's an incredible sequence. Runs a fastball off the plate, gets a check swing foul ball, and then runs a fastball. Looks like it's going to be off the outside corner, catches it for a swing miss. This is just a great sequence. And he gets quite a few strikeouts and swing and misses with his fastball. And it's not upper 90s, but it's great movement, 92, 95 for Alex Cobb.
Jake Myers now. Breaking ball for a strike. Myers a hit in 9 trips in the series. Also a rookie. Cobb, and I know he's been on the IL, was there for about 2 months. Marsh is there and makes the catch. Cobb's on a really nice run, going back his last 12 starts, an ERA of under 3 at 2.71 and a 7-2 record. Really good at home. He's picked up a win in each of his last 5 appearances here at the Big A.
He's throwing the ball exceptionally well here at home. And overall, outside of being on the IL a couple different times this year, he's been a big part of this staff. And I think going forward, I'd love to be able to have him wearing the Angel uniform next year and maybe even beyond.
Martin Maldonado, the hitter. Well, Cobb has been vocal about enjoying pitching for Joe Madden again.
That's a great pitch. I don't know where that was.
Jerry Davis calling balls and strikes.
He's asked, is that down? And he's like, yeah, okay. I don't think that was down. And then that next pitch, the frustration. You got to try to move on as quick as possible after you know you made a perfect pitch. Really changes the whole sequence now. Instead of being 1-2, it's 2-1, where it always goes to the advantage of a hitter.
Maldonado back in, 2 outs. Haven't seen a base runner on either side yet. And Cobb walks off the mound. Early breaking ball that was a strike that wasn't called a strike, and suddenly the count runs to 3-1. Full now, 3-2.
I still think he can go back to his curveball, because I know Martin Maldonado knows in his mind that was a strike. So you're more apt to get him to go after that, especially if you establish a fastball away like he did. But also, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you walk him and have Altuve come up to the plate with him on first. So you got 2 options, knuckle curve or fastball. More than likely, you're going to see him throw a fastball.
Maldonado trying to slow Cobb down. Called timeout to step out and readjust the batting gloves. The last Angel to win 5 consecutive appearances in this ballpark. Got to go back to 2013. That's Jared Weaver. And the last to do it 6. Mark Langston back in 1991. Langer making an appearance on the show. Well, Cobb's come back from 3-1 to make some really nice pitches. Maldonado fouls it off. Plenty of goop on the helmet.
Talk about getting ahead of the count. That's what Alex Cobb has done so far the first 9 batters. That's why you're seeing some success. See if he can finish off Maldonado here. He's going to run a 2-seamer in.
Jammed him.
For me, Rich, that's better than the strikeout as a pitcher.
Because it leaves that lingering bad taste in the hands.
Miss the games? Quick Pitch has your back with all the plays from today that'll be talked about tomorrow on baseball's fastest hour of highlights and previews. MLB Network's Quick Pitch. Late nights and every morning. Only on MLB Network.
How the Angels got here with all the moves they made. They have
Meet Justin Upton. He's watching MLB Network.
Again, the lineup got deeper.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
They're deep. They're deep.
The ballpark is better when we're all here together. COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. Join the team and help us all get back to doing what we love together.
$3 tickets, 3 games left. Angels.com/tickets this weekend. A red-hot Seattle team comes rolling in here, trying to keep their chase towards the wild card. Tomorrow night, Saturday night, of course, is Fan Appreciation Night, and Sunday, last home game of the season, Shohei Ohtani will start on the mound.
Trying to catch one of Shohei Ohtani's baseballs hit today.
Kurt Suzuki, Luis Rengifo, and David Fletcher, who's in the 9th spot tonight. Angels catching a lot of hot teams at the wrong time. I told you Houston's run 12 of their last 16. They are 30 over for the first time this year. And Seattle's run continues. They were down. We talked about Chris Bassett coming back for Oakland, pitched early, but Seattle homered 3 times against the A's bullpen. And came back and won that game and swept that series and pretty much has dashed Oakland's postseason hopes and moves ahead of them in that wild card race. Pulled to third, Bregman around it. And Gurriel makes the play. So 7 faced, 7 retired by McCullers, 9 faced by Alex Cobb, and he's retired everyone he's faced.
Both throwing a lot of strikes, both keeping the ball for the most part on the ground. A couple more fly balls than normal as far as Alex Cobb, but nothing really hit hard towards the end of the bat. He's throw the ball really well. Last time out, 5 innings, 66 pitches. And I asked him, hey, did you think about going out there for the 6th inning? Because we were speculating that. And he said, you know what? It's been a while since he had thrown the baseball. And even though it was only 66 pitches, he was pretty taxed at that. So maybe this time around, you're going to be around that 75 to 85 pitch range. But he's been throwing a lot of first pitch strikes.
I was about to say, at this pace, that could get him to the 6th or through the 6th. Rengifo has 3 hits in the series, and that's a strike. It's a Jose Suarez-Logan Gilbert matchup tomorrow night. Saturday night, to be determined, the latest I saw for the Angels, Tyler Anderson, a lefty going for Seattle. And on Sunday, you know that Shohei Ohtani is starting. Marco Gonzalez goes for Seattle.
And he's throwing a lot against the Angels with this little cutter and changeup combo.
And Rengifo strikes out. McCullers' second strikeout. So day baseball in a crucial game for both teams. And just the fact that Chris Bassett was back was good to see. Cal Raleigh,
big time catching prospect, switch hitter, catcher. Mitch Haniger, what a season he is having. 35 between Seager and Haniger. First time they've had teammates in quite some time. 35 home runs apiece. He's a great story coming back. What he's been through.
There's your wild card standings. Seattle now 2 ahead of Oakland.
See, I mean, it seems like, okay, four games back's not bad, but you have to jump over a number of teams to get there.
Yeah, 2. And you never know if New York is going to fall back, but Toronto's a half back. And Seattle's within shooting distance. And of course, the Angels are going to see Seattle 6 times before this season is up. That one rolled out foul. Fletcher in the 9th spot. And if you've been with us in this series, Jose Mota and Mark Gubicza have talked about Fletch and the work that he's done and trying to pull himself out of what has been a month-long slump.
Pretty close. And the thing that's amazing for Fletch, as much contact as he makes, this is a 273 on-base percentage versus right-handed pitchers. He hasn't had, a hit against a right-handed batter in his last 22 at-bats. So look for him to have a good outing here tonight.
Popped it up, shallow center. Correa's out and makes the catch. Lance McCullers has retired all 9.
Hey Harold, how do you prepare for a big show?
Well, I just try to stay positive. Take it one show at a time and treat it just like any other show.
How do you feel about the other analysts you work with?
It's a great group of guys. We're all on the same page. I'm just happy to be here.
What's your prediction for the season?
We'll see what happens. It all comes down to execution in the studio.
The pro player answers. He's still got it.
The analyst of MLB Tonight, answering baseball's toughest questions on MLB Network.
Nothing but zeros. 18 hitters have come against both these pitchers, and all 18 have been retired. Our Mercury Insurance Smart Arm, up and down for Cobb, but the important part is last 5 really good.
You know, now as Cobb has thrown a lot of first pitch strikes, you're going to probably see the Astros be more aggressive on the first pitch.
Pair of strikeouts, first time through. Busted bat. the ground ball didn't match the swing, and Mayfield adjusted and makes the play. For everybody who laments the days when guys didn't throw 97 or 98 and just blow you away with absolute velocity, this is a treat to watch because Cobb has been spectacular tonight, and McCullers has been really, really good too.
With movement on all their pitches. Alex Cobb has faced 10 batters, 10 first pitch strikes. Make that 11. Yo, 11.
New baseball. Jose Siri in his first 2 weeks in the big leagues. He is 10 for 31, 4 home runs. Pulls it foul.
And he runs very well too. So anything hit on the ground is going to be a challenge for an infielder against him. We know his power. Slugging, this is an easy little 733 this season.
He's the type of guy they think can steal 20 bases in the big leagues, add some speed.
It's a good miss. It sets up a curveball off that same plane. Or you have him tracking away. That's when you run that two-seamer in off the plate towards his hands.
Right back to him. Cobb knocks it down, gets there, fires, but not in time. That'll be a base hit. And here comes Bregman.
Towards the end of the bat, the most difficult play for a pitcher is the backhand. And I think the sound off the bat kind of will freeze you on occasion towards the end of the bat. A good breaking ball. Siri running too well. Able to beat it out off the effort off the glove. That was Cobb.
So he's got speed. Cobb to the plate. The comebacker, that sharp comebacker. And then a few minutes ago we were discussing Chris Bassett. Jogs the memory that Cobb had a scary incident back in 2013 when he was hit in the head with a line drive. Early in his career.
And we saw that with Matt Shoemaker when he was with the Angels when Kyle Seager hit a line drive up at that point Safeco Field, now T-Mobile Park. When you pitch a lot of pitches on the lower third, whether it's breaking balls or fastballs, and you're a sinker ball pitcher, you can expect ground balls and many baseballs hit back at you as a pitcher. Nine career pickoffs for Cobb, including 1 this season.
Tommy John surgery 2 years later, 2015. Hip surgery in 2019. Siri away from first. Bregman, a line drive out to center. Cobb takes a look. Another jam shot, but this one's going to fall in for a base hit. You can see the speed of Siri. He read it well and was well around second by the time Brandon Marsh came up with the baseball.
This is when it becomes a frustrating inning. A ground ball you feel as a good fielding pitcher you can make a play on. You're unable to do so off the glove. Then you make a good pitch when you're behind the count. 2-0 and you run a fastball in and it flares it into the outfield. And good base running by Siri. He was never slowing down. He easily gets a third. And you got Tucker at the plate, more of a fly ball type hitter. Although Alex Cobb can get a strikeout against him, more difficult to get a double play against him.
Mayfield, the only infielder on the third base side. And Cobb misses away. Tucker still battling a somewhat of a shoulder discomfort. That's why he's been the DH during this series, and that's why you've been watching essentially an outfield of rookies almost every night. And you've got them out there tonight for the Astros.
First at bat, Jared Walsh made a real nice play against Tucker on the backhand down the line behind the first base bag. Could use that ground ball right at Walsh now.
Misses low. And of course, Tucker has damaged the Angels to the tune of 8 home runs this year. Gurriel is next on that list. He's hit 4 this year against the Angels. Cobb gets the strike. 46 pitches with 1 out here in the 4th. And the Astros with the first real threat of the game. Siri at third, Bregman at first. Outfield playing Tucker towards left center. See all the room down that right field line. And he lost them. And now they're loaded.
Big point of the game already. The way McCullers is throwing the ball, and the Astros have had a number of big innings against the Angels in this 4-game set. Alex Cobb knows he's just 1 pitch away from getting through this inning.
You see Cobb, and you got 2 veterans here, guys that have been in the big leagues a long time, Suzuki and Cobb. And the checklist that he pulled out wasn't the scouting report for the Rays. It's the card in terms of sign sequence with runners at second base. And obviously, look, it's the Astros, so that amplifies the need.
Boy, you need that one. That's a borderline pitch. Could have gone either way. Probably was a little bit off the corner, but went Alex Cobb's way. 11 ground ball double plays turned behind Alex Cobb this year.
Gurriel, infield back, bases loaded, 1 out. A kind of half-hearted swing. It's 0-2. You don't see that very often from this guy.
But that was a nasty splitter. 2-seamer, call the strike first pitch, nasty splitter. I definitely would try to get him to chase something down. He's really good up and away. Even though you love to try to run that 2-seamer back, I think that's one of those pitches that might be a dangerous pitch to Gurriel.
0-2. And he can turn on a ball.
That thing didn't quite get exactly where he wanted to throw it.
Gurriel is chasing Vladdy Jr. in the batting race. He was 4 points behind him going into today's games. Blue Jays are down 6-2 to the Twins late in that ball game. And Vladdy is 1 for 4. He's hitting .322.
Quick adjustment. See what he throws here.
Outside corner.
You know what? It doesn't happen often where a hitter realizes he got him. He knew it. It's almost respect for that perfect pitch. He was thinking splitter. When you have a conversation like that with your catcher, you always think as a hitter, he's going to try something, a secondary pitch. Well, he paints the outside corner with that two-seamer at 94.
Still one guy to get, and that's Correa. Bases still loaded. And now 2 outs. Correa fly ball out to right in his only at bat. Tried that same spot and just missed.
He kind of almost aimed that one.
That Blue Jay game is in the bottom of the 7th. Minnesota 6, Toronto 2. That's a strike.
That's at 94, easy 94 with movement for Alex Cobb.
Can you teach movement like that, or are you born with that?
No, you can change and utilize and figure out how to throw that type of movement. It's all about getting your fingers on top of the baseball a little more consistently and kind of pronate and turning your wrist to be able to create that sinking action. You start on flat ground work out in the outfield and bring it to the mound on the incline of the mound. But definitely you can do that.
It's amazing how many pitches are discovered or grips are discovered in flat ground catch.
And the theory behind that, that's a good two-seamer there running it in. So he's got a fastball away, fastball in, is because if you can create movement on flat ground, it's going to be even better on the incline.
Because you're trying to get on top of the ball with your fingers and you're naturally up a little higher.
Big pitch here now.
If Chapman University ever has a class in pitch design, I can see you, Gooby, Professor Gooby.
What do you think, I'm Thornton Mellon back to school?
1-2, it's up. No triple Lindy here. That's 2-2. To Carlos Correa. Bases filled with Astros. How did we go there? How did we get in? No respect. Here's the 2-2.
Staying with the hard fastballs this whole sequence. He's almost looks as if Correa's anticipating a splitter or a curveball, and he's a little bit late on a fastball. 2-2, you have some options with the bases loaded. 3-2, you're going with your fastball. So this is an option right here. Where do you want to go with?
Astros have loaded the bases, and they've pushed the pitch count to 56. This will be the 23rd pitch of this inning. Two-two.
Got away with that breaking ball.
Count stays 2-2. Astros are really good at it. The Athletics are really good at it. You pointed it out a couple of times in the Oakland series, and that is chewing up pitch count by fighting off great pitches and keeping at bats alive and having deep counts and then long at bats.
And they're almost forcing you to get them out with pitches in the strike zone. Now, you can still do that, and we've seen that already for Alex Cobb today with his movement on his pitches in the strike zone.
Up the middle, Rengifo to the bag for the out. Alex Cobb pitches out of a bases-loaded spot. Pitchers for sticky stuff, but today Major League Baseball was reported by Baseball America in the last 10 games of certain AAA schedules, they're going to experiment with a ball that is already tacked, that already has some stuff on it, very similar to the balls they use in Japan. And a lot of that, as Marsh
I was going to say, was that right on cue, that pitch right there?
Yes. Get those balls here? No, not entirely in AAA, but there's 10 games left for most schedules. And they don't have a huge inventory of those baseballs. So there are certain teams that are going to experiment with them. And part of the impetus to this, obviously, is the sticky stuff and all of that. But the Olympic teams, in the Olympics in Japan, they use those baseballs. And a lot of the players and pitchers from the United States liked them. That's going to fall into center field for a base hit. First hit, Brandon Marsh is aboard in the bottom of the fourth inning.
It seemed like it wasn't all that far from that base hit he thought he had last night. The dive for Myers and almost caught it, and eventually had a force out at second. Gives Shohei Ohtani a chance to swing with someone on base.
And here is Ohtani, and he even knows about that baseball. And I remember reading about it. You obviously were here when he came over. That was an adjustment for him.
Big time.
From the baseball they use in Japan, which already, it's pre-rubbed and pre-treated. And the baseball here, which they rub with the mud from the Delaware River. Runner at first. Ohtani in the box. Sitting on 45. And McCullers, who struck Ohtani out back in the first on a backdoor breaking ball, misses away.
We threw him 3 changeups in that sequence, the first at bat. Threw 1 fastball above the strike zone. Doesn't throw a ton of fastballs anyhow. Just 36% of his pitches are fastballs.
Out. 2-0. Marsh has got 5 stolen bases, but you would expect with Ohtani up that he'll be anchored at first.
Well, he got that breaker ball, the exact zone he was hoping for, just a little bit off the inside corner. Trying to lift that one a long way. That's over just about a baseball or two towards the inside corner. He's going to crush that.
See what he gets. 2-1. Again, McCullers buries that breaking ball in.
I just feel he's going to try that little either backdoor breaking ball or fade a changeup away. See how patient Shohei can be if it's on the outside part of the plate. There's a lot of room that left side of the infield.
Two and two. All right, 3-2. Backdoor breaking ball again.
Yep. Now this is the time where I think I take a shot from Brandon Marshall going. It's going to be an all-speed pitch. Maldonado is throwing out 35% of base runners, and McCullers Jr. is very difficult to steal on. But this is one of those pitches I think you go.
Especially if it is a breaking ball. Marsh runs. And Ohtani takes ball 4. Maldonado thought it was a strike. You could see him pop up ready to throw it. He was a little bit stunned when he didn't hear the strike 3 call from Jerry Davis.
And it was off the plate. And part of sometimes you lose that strike being caught because he's on the move. And that's how important it is to be on the move. Because a catcher's getting up to throw and it kind of blocks the view on occasion. You can see it's about a half a baseball up the corner, but by Marsh going, forces Maldonado to get up to try to make a quick throw, and then all of a sudden Jerry Davis is not able to call that one a strike. If you stay there normally, it's borderline. You may get a call because Maldonado is so good as far as getting strikes called that are non-strikes.
Both McCullers and Cobb were perfect through 3. Cobb ran into trouble, bases loaded, 1 out, and pitched out of it in the top of this inning. Goslin now against McCullers.
Good speed on the bases. Good speed at the plate.
Goslin has homered in this series. Remember, a 3-run shot. Has 5 hits, 13 at bats.
Ohtani, the trail runner, looking at Marsh. Altuve trying to keep Marsh close enough at second.
Goslin shoots it right side. Gurriel's play is to second, and that's it. Because Goslin will beat McCullers to the bag. At the corners, 1 out. Here comes Walsh.
This is where McCullers has been real tough, so you really have to bear down as a hitter. It's the 162 batting average with runners in scoring position against McCullers. Mentioned a lot of traffic, especially with the walks. So he's been able to be effective as far as getting hitters to get themselves out with runners in scoring position. That's where you look for patience and look for your pitch here now for Jared Walsh.
Goslin's presence at first obviously keeps Gurriel at the bag and opens up that right side a little bit. Outside of the telecast, Jose Mota talking an awful lot about Jared Walsh and the season that he's had. He's got Marsh and Goslin on the corners. Fly ball scores a run. A ground ball, McCullers would like that. And the Astros would have a shot at 2. And he chased.
2 changeups in a row. He's trying to throw a changeup to get Walsh out in front, hit a ground ball to the right side of the infield. Get Walsh down. He's getting locked back in. Has been swinging the bat well. He's been able to drive pitches like that to left center and in the air, which is going to be important here.
It's not often in this day and age that a starting pitcher leads his league in walks and yet is so good that you consider him almost your ace, and he could be starting game 1 of the postseason. But McCullers is that guy. Walsh, high, right field, deep. Siri at the wall makes the catch. Tagging is Marsh. Tagging is Goslin. It's 1-0. That nearly was out.
I thought the way that kept drifting and drifting. You always kind of remember back in 02.
Spezio.
Yes. This drifted onto that short wall and right. Jared Walsh was channeling his Scott Spezio trying to get that one out over the short wall and right. He did a good job of trying to lift the baseball in the air and avoiding that potential ground ball double play. 42-degree launch angle. Just about got that one out. Get him now 86 RBIs. Good at bat for Walsh.
Mayfield, Goslin at second.
It's always good when you can have the Marsh scores on a Walsh sac fly.
I know they're not the same name, but
yes.
I was happy to hear that you were having the same anxiety that I've had in mixing those two names up. I don't think I've done it yet this year. I don't think you've done it yet this year, but it's
in my mind. I know it's in your mind.
It comes to the tip of your tongue so often when you're talking about the two guys. Is it Brandon Marsh? Is it Jared Walsh?
I might have to just go with the Madonna thing. Just call him Brandon and Jared. Just stick with that.
Wait, I don't want to know. Here's the 1-0. And it's 1-1.
That nasty slider. It's amazing for McCullers. He just started throwing that slider this year.
Yeah.
And it's an incredibly effective pitch. 67 strikeouts, 36.7% whiff percentage. With a pitch he just started throwing this year.
Goslin has a good lead. 1-1 to Mayfield. Ooh, it's out. A call to strike.
It's that nasty slider again. It's well off the plate, about a baseball plus.
Now a 1-2. And of course, he's going to go out there again and try.
That's an impressive take. After the pitch called a strike, and you're thinking, I tracked that off the plate. I didn't feel it was a strike, but to be able to take that's pretty impressive.
See what he gets. 2-2. Mayfield trying to punch it to the right side. He cranked a home run down the left field line early in the series, and of course last night sliced one right on the line down the right field side, clear of bases, a 3-run double. Astros outfield has got Siri playing in that corner almost.
McCormick playing shallow and left, challenging Mayfield to hit one over his head. Playing the percentage of a base hit in front of him as compared to going over his head.
Two balls, two strikes. Slow tapper. Correa waits and then makes the play. But the Angels are on the board. Jared Walsh delivers. It's 1-0.
Bottom of the ninth, and here's the pitch. Line drive. Get him out of here!
advantage that matters is the next one. When it comes to your health, what you do next matters most. If you're experiencing erectile dysfunction, connect with a healthcare professional to see if treatment is right for you through Roman, official partner of Major League Baseball.
You didn't see me, but I was there. I've been part of every rivalry, every dynasty, every game, set, match. I've been on the backs of champions, smashed world records, and I was even there for your personal best. I am synthetic fabric, and I am made from crude oil.
Pick 3 players that you think will homer. If they go deep, you win cash. Go to Valley Sports, the app, or homerunblast.com to play. Big A on a Thursday night. 3-gamer starts tomorrow night with red hot Seattle right in the middle of the wild card race. Houston and the Angels finishing off a 4-game series. The Astros magic number to clinch in the West is 3. And Chas McCormick takes inside from Alex Cobb. Both pitchers ran into trouble in the 4th after being perfect for the first 3. Angels got a run, Astros did not. Another busted bat. Fletcher going back, and it's going to land between all 3. Rojas, Marsh, and Fletcher.
He's been consistent running that fastball in against McCormick. Remember, he had a foul ball off the first at bat before he ended up striking him out. He had a fastball in and better fastball further in, breaks his bat, but just lifts it in the air where no one's able to track that one down.
Here's Myers, who lined out back in the 3rd. You talked about Cobb and being somewhat fatigued in his first start back off the IL. He went 5 innings. What's your comfort level right now in the 5th here?
I think if he can get through this inning and maintain a 1-0 lead, I think there's a good chance that, depending on how he feels coming off the mound, that might be it for him. Let's try to get through 5 innings here. If you get one of those real quick innings like we saw in the 1st inning or so, then you might see him go back out for the 6th. The bullpen used a lot.
Well, this might help. Mayfield. Oh, Fletch with a catch and tag. And no chance at all for a double play.
I don't know if they're going to turn a double play with Myers going down there anyhow, but this is a smart play by Fletch. Knowing, get the force out. You still have a double play in order with the guy coming into the plate. You have a better chance at a double play. You can see how quick Myers is getting down the line, but that's a smart play by Fletch. Trying to be a first baseman, realizing he didn't get the bag, applies a quick tag. Those intangibles for David Fletcher as a second baseman.
When someone asked Joe Madden about Fletcher and the rest of the season and the slump, he did give him a day off. Madden did make sure he let everyone know that the Gold Glove is very important to Joe Madden. And the aim is to make sure Fletch is in there and continues to make plays like that get noticed. Of course, the Gold Glove voting is long time. It was just managers and coaches from around the league. It's still involves that, but 25% now a component is advanced metrics. The Fielding Bible is a kind of a shadow award that's been given out for probably the last 12, 15 years. And they give it to just one player in baseball at that position, and it's all metrics. And some voting guys, you know, the Bill James type guys.
I think it's going to come down to Fletch and Whit Merrifield for the Royals.
Whit Merrifield has played in every game this year. Seeing a note about only two players this year have played in every game. Marcus Semien and Whit Merrifield. And Merrifield, his last miss was 2018.
So he's just a few games behind Cal Ripken's record.
Just a few games. Just that 60-game schedule is really going to hurt him. Maldonado, upper reaches. Oh, 2, a 1-0 lead. Jared Walsh with a sacrifice fly.
Obviously, a lot of pitchers like strikeouts, but this is one of those times now, especially with Maldonado at the plate, going to be in protect mode. You love to get a ground ball in an infielder, get 2 outs instead of the strikeout.
Runner goes, and Maldonado fouls it off.
Anticipating an all-speed pitch gives Suzuki a better chance if there is a swing and miss to throw him out on a fastball. I've been a big believer in going on 0-2 now. You never see a pitch out 0-2. You know, you're always seeing pitchers throw a secondary pitch, so it's a more difficult one to catch and throw for the guy behind the plate. So why not take a shot?
Well, it's 0-2 again. Not running. High. Somewhat deep. Goslin there makes the catch. Myers retreats to first. And he will not tag up. Time now for our Kia player profile. Bring on the Kia and the profile. Highest chase rate for a single pitch, and you have to throw a minimum of 400 of them. The DeGrom slider is at the top of the list, but Alex Cobb's splitter is not far behind.
He's thrown 14 of them, 8 for strikes. One got a strikeout.
Altuve. Takes a look down at third base at Mayfield.
By the way, Rich, that's a good play. I mean, it's a routine play for Phil Goslin out in left field, a high fly like that. But Bruce Jeter-Hines has him working on that all the time. Make sure you get that ball in as quick as possible. He caught that and was throwing hard right to second base because you know Houston's always going to be aggressive, potentially going back and tagging up, getting in the scoring position for Altuve.
They did that last night, a runner going first to third on Goslin. That ball tapped down the third base line.
Well, you work on those things during batting practice. Didn't have batting practice today, but you work on those things too as far as little work in the outfield, in that conversation with Jeter-Hines, and get behind the baseball, getting it in quickly just in case they make that effort to try to tag up and get in the scoring position.
Ball and a strike. If you've watched the Astros and the Angels from the Big A, if you watch the Astros in any other road game, you know that players like Altuve and Bregman and Correa are really getting the heat. But watching them in person, it almost feels like they're feeding off of it. Runner goes, ball's fouled back.
I just keep thinking Lou Pinellas here. I'm saying Lou.
Not that they wear it as a proudly as a badge, but it almost. And I can remember the last series that Correa was in here. He hit a couple of home runs, and the crowd was on him just constantly, as with Bregman. That's to be expected.
Believe me, we hear that on the pregame show, postgame show when we're out by the big hats. So many fans coming in there and saying that exact thing, nonstop. So that's pitch number 70, coming up 71 for Alex Cobb.
One and two to Altuve. Myers running, ball in the dirt. Suzuki digs it and then fires it into center field.
That's a good job by Fletch. Acting like he caught it in front of the base, keeps Myers at second. That's important because you got Alex Cobb with those, a splitter and a knuckle curve. It could be in the ground again. Splitter overthrown. Nice job of blocking and getting up quickly. Then that elbow drops and it sails, but a nice job by Fletch selling that as if he caught that ball at second and keeping Myers there. Such a pro behind the plate. He's done it for a long, long time. Kurt Suzuki.
Jeff Fletcher had a note in the Orange County Register, just something you don't think about with a guy like Suzuki. This may be the last 2 weeks of his career. He's had a long career. Cobb thought he had the strikeout. He didn't. It missed outside. And he hopped off the mound. And the count goes to 3-2.
Yeah, that pitch was off the plate. Tried to sell it. Although sometimes as a hitter, you're thinking, is that close? Or maybe you're more apt to be more aggressive on a pitch that may be borderline off the plate and you might get a chase.
Altuve, little tapper. Cobb, bare hands, and whips it to first in time.
That's a great play. Using the bare hand, pushing it on the grass, and then coming up quickly like an infielder, getting out.
Nerds. Oh, thanks. Let's go. I can.
No, I got it.
Sweet unholy cobalt. Is Brad's car better than mine? Better sign-up bonus? Better travel perks? Is that how Brad took that trip to Barcelona? Wait, Barcelona? Barcelona?
Steve, I got it on NerdWallet.
Ah. You said all that out loud.
Want a better credit card? We've got you. From the best rates to the best rewards, for all your credit card questions, turn to the nerds.
You spend 1/3 of your life in bed. That's why at Bull & Branch, we hold ourselves to a higher standard. Our bedding is 100% organic, toxin-free, and fair trade certified. It makes a difference you'll feel and offers a better way to live in this world. Start with our best-selling signature sheets made to get softer with every wash. Visit bowlandbranch.com.
One of the best hitters in baseball right there, Yuli Gurriel, goes down twice so far against Alex Cobb, and just this fastball running back as much as 15.6 inches horizontal movement. Look at that. But look at the umpire. Watch his head, Rich, right here. Jerry Davis, yes, steady right on that slide, as you mentioned, to make sure he gets a good look, not just at the pitch, but at the run late.
As a hitter, how do you gauge that? I mean, is there any way to prepare for that? Maddox, of course, was the best, right, Jose?
He was the best, and it didn't need to be 93. It could be 88, it could be 85, and he got you tricked up. But I'll tell you a story about even Bartolo Colon developed that pitch later in his career. And the way Bartolo perfected that pitch was, as he just heard me say, 15+ inches run. So Bartolo in the bullpen would put a movable home plate right next to the normal home plate, and his goal was to start it in the middle of the other movable home plate to have an idea as to how much it was going to run as a target. How about that?
I like it.
That was his visual.
Well, he pitched for a long time, and I still think he could probably walk out there and get outs right now.
I'll tell you another guy that developed quite a nice two-seamer. John Lackey made a living out of that pitch.
All right, Jose, thanks. Now we're in a little disagreement. I saw a lot of Bartolo in his later years.
I love Bartolo Colon, believe me, but I saw that last year. It was a tough one for him. I know he will throw. He threw a lot of fastballs. A lot of those fastballs started getting hit a little bit harder.
Yes. I didn't say he'd get a lot of outs, but get some outs. And
good at bat.
Absolutely.
Good start.
Jose Rojas walks. That opens up the fifth. Lance McCullers Jr. Angels got to him in the fourth. Brandon Marsh with a base hit, the first hit and the only hit of the night for the Angels. McCullers pitching carefully to Ohtani, walked him. Goslin, a fielder's choice, forced Ohtani at second, and then Walsh delivered a warning track fly ball to right, and that's the only run of the night. And Rojas walks here.
There was a long look at Brian Butterfield for Kurt Suzuki. And going back to what you said about Kurt Suzuki, maybe this is the last games of his really solid, very successful career. He said he'd like to play next year, but he just doesn't know if there's going to be that opportunity. But I'll tell you what, he's meant a lot to all of his teammates, and he's had a great career, including winning a world championship with the Washington Nationals. Pretty amazing also winning a championship with Cal State Fullerton.
Yes. Well, he's the type of guy, too, that and when Joe Madden talks about him, the first thing he talks about is leadership and the way he handles and runs a game. You got to think that Kurt Suzuki is going to have a long career in this game when he stops playing.
I mean, every day he's out taking batting practice. There's only a handful of guys we see every day, and he's out there every day.
Rojas at first. Suzuki has taken a couple of peeks down at Bregman. Bregman will come in a little bit and then back up as the at-bat continues, and now it's 2-0.
Count. Rojas doesn't run a lot. The Kurt Suzuki can handle the bat well as he try to punch something to the right.
He's running. You were right. And it's just foul.
Good decision because it's tough. It's the flat steal against McCullers, but a hit and run because he's a ground ball guy is a good option.
Rojas, not a big lead. Runs again. And Suzuki pops this one fouling out of play. It's so rare in the game that when you do see a hit and run, it's like, this is a hit and run. It really stands out. You just don't see it very often. Count 2-2. Foul tip, and Maldonado didn't hold it. Suzuki's still alive.
It's a good little battle here.
And now McCullers' pitch count up at 67. Cobb has thrown 73. .96.
He still has that in him. He just doesn't throw a lot of fastballs. Still amazing when you throw anywhere between 92 and 97. But you throw just 36% for his fastball usage. But it's a good four-seam fastball. We'll throw a two-seamer and cutter.
Rengifo struck out back in the third. Astros infield swung over to the right side. Bregman is way off the line, but on the infield grass. Oh, 0-1. Fletcher's on deck. A run on a hit for the Angels. 3 hits, no runs for Houston. That's a ball and a strike. Cardinals won again.
Really? They won again?
Amazing. I left,
and they were down 5-0.
I left that game when it was, I think it was 5-1 when I left it. And the Cardinals got 2 late home runs from Paul Goldschmidt. I think he tied it in the 7th and then had the go-ahead later. 8-5, the Cardinals beat Milwaukee. And they are in that wild card spot right now when pulled foul.
I think anybody would want to play them in a one-game wild card play-in game.
There they are. The Phillies now 4.5 behind. The Reds were right there, and they seem to have just fallen back right now.
Yeah, the Phillies are thinking the division because they were down 6-0 in the game against Pittsburgh and came back with 12 unanswered runs to come back and win that one. They're only down by 2.
That's 12 straight wins for the Cardinals. And Rengifo. McCullers has really buckled down here after the leadoff walk. The strikeouts of Suzuki and Rengifo. And here comes Fletcher.
That's that pitch that Rengifo has a tough time laying off of. That down and in breaking ball.
All right, Jose, as all of us in the booth and at home are watching to see if Fletch can pull out of this slump, what are we looking for?
The bat needs to stay through the zone longer, and this is all coming from Jeremy Reed. He's so good at contact and barrel to the baseball, but sometimes because he's so good, he's so quick to it, then he shortens and just slices through the zone too quickly. Remember Edgar Martinez, how much he talked about that? You saw Edgar.
Yep.
Sometimes he's a donut, you know, the weighted donut during BP to stress that bat dragging through the zone a little bit longer. So that's what Fletcher has got to get back to right here.
0-1 pitch. Hit hard. Gurriel on the bag, and the Angels leave a runner. 5 innings through, 1-0. above and beyond.
He has been real good. Alex Cobb, movement. 92, 95 with his sinker, running it inside, upper part of the strike zone. His fastball has been very, very effective. We know he has the splitter, the thing working, and a knuckle curve. With back-to-back excellent games against two really good deep lineups. The White Sox, 0-5 shutout. And tonight against the Astros, 5 shutout, 3 hits, 5 hits total. 8 base runners in 10 innings pitched.
Of course, because that last outing was coming off the IL and it was just 5 innings, a close eye on him here in the 6th. Siri, Bregman, Tucker. That is a fair, well, it's off his foot. It stayed fair, but Siri hopped out of the box.
That was a good splitter. The stride forward off the toe. That one's going to hurt for a while.
In this series, we've had a few balls slammed back up against the shotgun mics. And you at home, as well as we here in the booth, we can really hear the ball off the bat. And tonight with Cobb, just about everything sounds like it's not on the barrel.
Done a good job of either running it on the handle or towards the end of the bat.
I mean, I think most of our fans know what the barrel sounds like. It sounds like an Ohtani home run, the Alvarez home run the other night that went 456. When you heard it, you just knew.
Well, you love to see that same exact splitter. Try it again. And he did.
Yes. Cobb gets the first out of the 6th.
That was nasty. He threw 3 great splitters in that sequence against Siri. He got a strikeout. A very good hitter. He's had a good series. Look where that starts and look where it ends. As a hitter, you're tracking a fastball at the knees. You're thinking fastball. Good follow through and delivery.
Now Bregman, who's lined out and singled. And that's out. Seattle here tonight. In fact, Seattle's probably already here with their come from behind home run fest in Oakland. A lot of momentum they'll bring tomorrow night to the Big A. Bregman, left field, Goslin back, and at the track he reaches and makes the catch.
The Goose spreading his wings at the end to make the play.
Just like the GIF you said, anytime he hits a bomb.
Boy, you're looking at a hitter that really loves to put himself in a position on a 2-0 pitch and get the pitch exactly where he wanted. It's a pretty deep part of the ballpark here. You're just talking not too far away from 390 left center.
That's a home run, probably maybe half of the ballparks, Major League Baseball. Tucker. Shohei Ohtani on Sunday. Final home game of the season. And Joe Madden today added he is open to, if everything goes well, Shohei Ohtani starting the last game of the season up in Seattle on that Sunday.
Part of the reason Joe Madden respects the game so much that if Seattle has a chance as a wild card team, he's going to put his best team out there to try to prevent that from happening. And that's what you want from your manager.
If it comes down to that game, can you imagine the scene in Seattle? They haven't been in the postseason,
what, 20 years, right?
In a generation. And with Ohtani on the mound?
Well, I remember the home run Shohei hit last time up there in Seattle. Third deck.
He missed the Hit It Here Cafe. He's overshot it.
Yes.
Cobb has been masterful tonight. 2-2. Not quite.
That's a lot of trust with a fastball, especially a power hitter like Tucker. That you make sure if you miss, it's going to miss off the plate in and not out over the plate.
Gurriel's on deck. Cobb has handled him twice. He's struck him out twice. 3-2. Bounced it. And Tucker walks, a 2-out walk. And here comes Gurriel.
Twice he has walked. That's a good at bat for Tucker, not going after the splitter after a fastball just missed off the inside part. It's another stolen base threat at first base.
Earlier today, just down south, I can't believe the Giants actually lost a close game. 7-6. The Padres beat them in 10 innings.
They came back in that one too.
And the Dodgers won in 10 innings in Colorado.
And they came back in that game. That's going to be fun, that race all the way to the end. It's a one-game separation between the Giants and the Dodgers.
Angels bullpen hasn't had anybody throwing, but there's a variety of guys right now going through the motions of starting to loosen up. Some band work, stretching.
I think Alex is going to make an adjustment quickly on that one. That one's right down the heart of the plate. You see the deep breath there? He's like, yes. You'll see how quickly he can make the adjustment. He's thrown the ball exceptionally well tonight.
Cobb in those 5 innings in Chicago. After almost 2 months on the IL, 66 pitches. Do you have a comp for Gurriel? Of course, he's from Cuba, was a star there for a long time. Is that big right-handed bat? He almost a little bit of Juan Gonzalez in that stance.
Yeah, especially when the hands are held up like that.
Now,
Juan Gonzalez is more of a pull hitter.
Yes.
Pull power as compared to Gurriel, who hits his power is really right center. He will turn on all speed pitches. He's got good power the other way. The hands position very similar.
Runner on the move. Suzuki picks it out of the dirt, and he's got no shot. Tucker gets his 14th base. The hope was that Cobb would sail through the 6th, and he got the first 2 outs pretty quickly. Tucker with the long at bat. Gurriel now with the count 2-1. Jose Suarez tomorrow night. Logan Gilbert goes for Seattle. Suzuki got a piece of it, but not enough. He's really having to wrestle the thing tonight.
This is his 4th wild pitch for the season. And when you're dealing with this part of the lineup, you had Tucker, you have Gurriel now with the man in scoring position, followed by Carlos Correa behind you. Every pitch with a purpose.
Gurriel sitting on a 3-1. And he lost him. And I think a lot of that stretching and calisthenics turning into throwing now as the bullpen is active. Let's get a quick word from Hyundai.
Hey, it's your journey. Own it.
Alex Cobb has run into some trouble on a couple of occasions. In the fourth, bases loaded, one out. Got through it. Leadoff single in the fifth. Pitched around it. But here in the sixth, with his pitch count up at 91, and Austin Warren trying to get loose in a real hurry, Carlos Correa is the hitter.
Coming into game 327, 17 for 52 with 4 home runs on the first pitch. A lot of times you see hitters after a conference with a pitching coach ready to swing on the first pitch and thinking you might get a fastball first pitch.
Tucker and Gurriel at the corners. It was a fastball and it was low.
It's a battle right now for Alex Cobb. He's getting up there. Hasn't thrown a lot of pitches now for a while. He's 66 last time out. Hadn't pitched since July. Just had a couple sim games of 2-3 innings.
Line drive, center field. That's a base hit. And the game is tied. Tucker scores. Correa delivers. Gurriel is at second. 2 walks, stolen base, wild pitch. And Joe Madden is on his way to the mound.
There's 4 total hits allowed in the game for Alex Cobb. That's a great effort tonight.
Well, the Tucker at bat started to lengthen that inning, and it's 1-1 now. To you by Hyundai. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted. It's your journey. Own it. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer today. By Jack in the Box, try the new $6.99 Cluck Sandwich Combo only at Jack in the Box. And by your local Southern California Cadillac dealers. Big A tonight. Alex Cobb was outstanding. Got 2 outs in the 6th. couple walks, stolen base, wild pitch, a Correa single. And his night is done at 93 pitches. And Austin Warren comes out of the bullpen. Warren, who pitched on Tuesday night and looked like the Austin Warren we knew before he was isolated. COVID protocol in Baltimore. Chas McCormick is the hitter. Astros at first and second. Gurriel at second. Correa's at first. That is a strike in computer only, because it wasn't called by Jerry Davis, but it had the plate and it looked like it was right at the top of the zone.
And he gets the upper part. Neither pitcher really has thrown a lot of pitches up in that part of the strike zone.
Six hits in this series for McCormick. The Astros certainly are thick with veteran bats, guys that have been to the postseason, won in the postseason. But they have some intriguing rookies. McCormick is one of them. Siri, another that we've seen. Tucker, of course, a young player. And Warren can't find the plate.
It is a little quick on his delivery. His first time back from the IL, he threw the ball really, really well. It's just a little quick. Try to slow it down a little bit on delivery.
Splits the plate, 3-1. Last game going in the big leagues. Everything else has finished on the East Coast. Most of the West Coast games were day games. (3-1) on the ground. Rengifo gets him, barely gets him. That was close. Austin Warren gets out of the inning. The Astros have tied it. It's 1-1.
Weekdays, take a pregame trip around the league. See batting practice, fielding drills, player interviews, and expert analysis.
He gets it there, and then from here he goes, bam!
Get exclusive access only on The Rundown. Weekdays, only on MLB Network.
Hey, Al, I'm just wondering, during the demo on MLB Tonight, what was that meatball you threw?
Meatball? I think you're misunderstanding. That was a hitting demonstration, and that's what I was supposed to do.
Oh, he go home, baby.
Right. I think that ball's still traveling. Any farther, and you need a flight plan for it.
Next question.
The analyst of MLB Tonight, answering baseball's toughest questions. Only on MLB Network.
Saturday night is a cool night to come to the ballpark. Remember, there are some $3 tickets as well for Fan Appreciation Night, 6 o'clock start. Mariners, Angels. Fans have a chance to win prizes from Next Gen, Melissa's Produce, U Theory, Yokohama Tire, and more. Visit angels.com/promotion. You can even win a prize of Mark Gubicza coming to your house and eating French fries, much like last night for the happy family down below. I saw that again on the pregame show.
I love fries.
I know you do. That's it. Well documented. Brandon Marsh, Shohei Ohtani, Phil Goslin. And the count is 2-0. Ohtani has struck out and has walked. Marsh robbed of a hit by Altuve going to his right, and then singled and scored on the Jared Walsh sacrifice fly. Two and one. Alex Cobb is gone. Lance McCullers Jr. remains.
Good at bat work and trying to get on base. Shohei Ohtani waiting on deck. It's one of those times now, knowing who's on deck, you can sit on a pitch now for Brandon Marsh, see if he can do damage.
Marsh, right center, deep. Myers, back, track, got it. Man, just lifted it too much. And Marsh misses by a few feet. His third home run of the season.
That's a great swing. Got himself into a count where he could look for a zone. Got it, just missed hitting it out.
So one out, and here's Ohtani. From a pitcher's perspective, how has McCullers worked him in the two at-bats?
He's thrown him a number of changeups. Knuckle curve. This time he threw him a slider. Loves to try that backdoor slider, and he has throughout his career against Shohei Ohtani. You're hoping to get one of those as drift over enough and catch the plate. I don't think McCullers is going to give him anything to anywhere near the middle part of the plate. He's going to try to get him a chase. That's a pretty good little knuckle curve to throw the upper part of the strike zone. And if you're Shohei, you're probably going to take that. It's a tough one.
He took that with 2 strikes in his first at bat, and that was strike 3. 2-1 here. It's out.
Off the plate with a changeup. Where he threw a 3-1 fastball to Marsh and hit a long way. I'm pretty sure I'm comfortable saying I don't think he's going to get a 3-1 fastball here.
He walked 4 times last night, once tonight. 3-1 pitch.
Ooh. Threw him a knuckle curve again. 3-1.
And that caught a lot more of the plate than the last 2 he's thrown that have been on the outer half. 3-2.
He's seen an assortment of secondary pitches, whether it's changeups, curveballs, sliders, all 3 at bats. He's seen 1 fastball. And he's had some long at bats. Looks like he's going to go slider backdoor. Wow, that's a good pitch.
It is a great pitch, and he didn't get it. McCullers isn't happy. Ohtani walks.
That was a really good slider. Unfortunately for Shohei, he gets that call. That's right in the lower part of the strike zone. McCullers upset because that's all over the strike zone. Shohei Ohtani with 2 walks tonight, giving him 83 walks. Shohei tried to steal a base.
He stole a base last night, but it was temporary because he overslid the bag and was tagged out. You don't get credit for that. McCullers opens the Goslin at bat with a strike.
Very difficult to steal against, but if you guess on the right pitch, you have a better shot. And that means especially a knuckle curve. His slider is pretty similar plane to his fastball.
Oh, 0-2. A run apiece. A run on 4 hits for the Astros. A run on just 1 hit for the Angels. The Marsh single back in the 4th.
Well, if you go percentages right now, you're talking almost 70% of the time on a 1-2 count with a right-handed batter, he's going to throw something, whether it's a curveball or changeup. You take a shot now for Shohei and hope that breaking ball potentially could be in the dirt.
One, 2, and Goslin swings and misses. So 2 outs, and here comes Walsh.
That would have been a real difficult pitch to run on. That's a slider, but that's almost as if it was a pitch out. I mean, that's a perfect pitch to catch and throw if you're Maldonado.
He doesn't need a whole lot of help, Maldonado.
That's why you were hoping for a curveball, not a slider, because that's very similar plane to his fastball.
Walsh bounced out, sacrifice fly, and that sacrifice fly was a high drive down the right field line.
And he did a really nice job of trying to lift that baseball with a man on third, because he had been hitting a lot of ground balls of late. He's had 10 straight games of hitting a ground ball for an out. So McCullers is thinking, all right, I get a ground ball, get a double play, put up a 0. But Jerry Walsh was trying to lift that baseball in the air and successfully getting the job done.
Counted 1-0, outfield deep. Fastball is out. Here's the sacrifice fly. The runners at the corners trying to deliver the run.
And you can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to get a pitch and lift it in the air. 42-degree launch angle. Much better opportunity to get the ball in the air and get the job done. And that's exactly what Jared Walsh was able to do, picking up his 86th RBI because he was trying to lift it in the air.
Ohtani runs, good jump. Maldonado's throw in there. And this time he doesn't overslide the base.
And you notice he slid a little bit further away from the bag. And they want to look at that. It looked like Shohei got in there. And that foot is in there before the tag. And they're going to look at it. It's a better angle here. I think that foot's in there.
That's close. That's really close. Obviously, the original Cole holds a lot of weight. Jerry Davis, crew chief, also the home plate umpire.
Got him right on the shin. Did he get his foot in there before Correa applied the tag? Shohei's convinced that he beat the throw.
Is there enough to overturn? That's the thing.
Good angle here. That is so close. So close.
Yet another angle.
I'm still going with safe on that one.
This one is taking a while. There are no other games going on in baseball, so this is a complicated call. And the umpires...
This might be one of those call stands.
Back in New York, yes, because it's the original call is safe. And my guess is call stands. So that's 24 for Ohtani. He's one away from that exclusive club. In Major League history, in a single season, only these 5 have gone 45 and 25.
Amazing. And we always add in there, he's only the second to have that with 5 triples since Willie Mays back in 1955.
And it hasn't been done since Alfonso Soriano did it with the Nationals back in 2006. Man, that was I remember that year with Soriano. It was a huge year. It propelled him to a rather large contract.
He had incredible power.
Yes. That was at RFK. I think that was year 2 of the Nationals.
Right, part of that walk game again for McCullers. That's 4 walks in the game. So far, he's only allowed 1 run, only 1 hit.
75 walks in the season. That leads the American League. Walsh big lead at first. Ohtani's at second. Mayfield in a big spot with 2 outs. Line drive, left field, fair ball into the corner. Here comes Ohtani. He will score. Here comes Walsh. He will score. 3-1 Angels. Captain Jack clears the bases again.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. Clutch in this series against his former teammates. Break a ball upstairs, turns on and lines it to left. Nice job of bringing the hands in and getting that barrel out and quickly hooking it down the line. 34 RBIs in the season. Jack Mayfield.
Again, if you have a scouting report and you're trying to defend Jack Mayfield, where do you play? Last night, bases loaded, line drive on the right field line. Tonight, 2 runners on, line drive, left field line.
So great to see, though, capitalize on a couple of walks. Both of them score. Stolen base for Shohei. Force McCullers the pitch. Jared Walsh a little bit different.
Rojas swings and misses. Rojas stays alive, counts 0-2. So Mayfield, who had the big hit in last night's ball game to give the Angels the lead. Remember, the Angels had to come from behind. They did. Mayfield gave them that lead. They gave the lead up when the Astros answered with 2 quick runs, and on to extra innings they went. And the Astros won in 12. Rojas spits on that pitch in the dirt. And of course, last night, Joe Madden got just 4 innings out of his starter, Jansen Junk. And it was a 1-inning parade of Mike Myers, Jose Quijada, Jimmy Herget. Steve Cishek ran into trouble, gave up a couple runs. That tied the game. Iglesias then. Andrew Wantz for 2 scoreless innings. 1-2.
Another good take.
Last 3 games for Jack Mayfield, and this has to feel good coming against Houston. He got to the big leagues with Houston in 2019. They were one of the 4 teams that he was part of in the last year. The home run on Tuesday night, the 3-run double last night. He's got friends in all kinds of places now. With Houston, Seattle.
Well, I don't know how many friends he has on that pitching staff for the Astros.
No,
in the
it's
series.
good.
They're all position players saying, hey, good swing.
2-2. Rojas hits it hard. Altuve bobbles. Mayfield's coming home. Altuve's throwing to the plate. He is out at the plate. Trying to get to the corner. Maldonado crashed the plate.
I think they're going to look at that one too, just to make sure he didn't get the corner. But that's a nice play, recovery by Jose Altuve to make a throw and a scoop and tag by Maldonado. They're going to take a look, and I think I feel they made the right call.
We'll take a look. It looks like they got him. 3-1, Angels.
Have new money goals this year? NerdWallet can help make them happen. Like getting auto insurance to match your new 0-mile commute? We have tools for that. Want to refinance your mortgage and put those savings into the college fund? We have tips for that too. Or get a low-interest credit card for your long-awaited honeymoon? We can help you find the one. Credit card, that is. Discover and compare the smartest credit cards, mortgage lenders, and more on NerdWallet. For all your money questions, turn to the nerds.
You didn't see me, but I was there. I've been part of every rivalry, every dynasty, every game, set, match. I've been on the backs of champions, smashed world records, and I was even there for your personal best. I am synthetic fabric, and I am made from crude oil.
The lead, and then out a close play at the plate. Jose Mota, you're right down there. What did you see?
Well, I see Jack Mayfield, great secondary lead. He's following the play. He's also following third base coach Brian Butterfield. I like the play. You got to do it. I mean, it takes a nice throw, a nice play, a great tag by Maldonado. Had no issues whatsoever, because remember also, Altuve has had his issues throwing the baseball recently.
An aggressive play, you have to take a shot. You have to try to find a way to score runs against the Astros. And we've seen it the last couple days, forcing great plays, and they've made them. But you still have to have a good throw and a good tag to get the out. Good effort, though, by Jack Mayfield trying to score the fourth run. And a nice job overall for the offense. And Jack Mayfield coming through again with 2 more RBIs with a double.
And to your point, Rich, nothing but applause from Joe Madden, who loves aggressive plays like that. Calculated, smart plays.
Yep, and you always got to consider too, Jose, and you know a good third base coach always does this. You take into account who's coming up. Kurt Suzuki was 0 for 2. He had a shot at a run, and they took it.
There's a lot of computing going on.
Yes, there is. Austin Warren, and now the importance for the Angels bullpen to do what they couldn't do last night, and that's hold the lead in the late innings.
And the Astros responded right back after the Angels took that 5-3 lead. We want to make sure we put up a 0 here.
Jake Myers, Maldonado, and then Altuve. By the way, Altuve did get an error on that play, which allowed Rojas to reach first base.
I still think that would have been a tough throw for Altuve. It's a long throw. I think, you still feel he's got a shot at it, but it would have been a close play. Never easy for a second baseman now playing that deep in the outfield grass.
And this is not the way you want to start the inning. A walk to Myers. And of course, after Maldonado, the lineup turns over to Altuve, Siri, Bregman, Tucker. Alex Cobb went 5 2/3. Austin Warren got the last out of the 6th. Pitching here in the 7th. This is such an odd year in baseball, coming off of last year where there were just 60 games and there were no minor league games. And so innings totals and pitch limits and all of that for every organization, there's a close eye on all of that. Jimmy Herget in the bullpen. I saw a note today that of the top 20 pitchers for innings pitched, 9 of them are 30 years and older, which seemingly includes the whole rotation for the Cardinals.
Well, let's think of the first, the wild card game. You have Max Scherzer going against Adam Wainwright.
Right. Yeah.
And you know everyone's going to be watching that game. That's 2 artists on the mound as far as pitchers.
But of course, Dodgers today picked up a game on the Giants, right? Giants lost in extras. Dodgers won in extras. Maldonado has popped out, flied out. Ball and a strike. Top 7. If the postseason were to start today, I would probably put my money on this team, the Houston Astros. They just, in this series, and having watched them over the last 2-3 weeks, they just look like a complete team. Rotation's really good. Bullpen is outstanding. They've been really hot.
Warren's got a good pickoff move. He's trying to keep him close. Myers, good speed. Trying to keep that double play in order here.
It hit something, whether it was the bat or his hand.
I think that's the bat.
I think you're right. Maldonado is not even thinking about first base.
Runs that one in. Definitely the bat.
Did, yeah. He reacted.
So far this year for Austin Warren, a 46.7% ground ball rate. Love to see a ground ball now in an infielder.
The infield's playing pretty much straight up for Maldonado. Myers chased back. So Herget right now is getting loose in the Angels pen. Warren with a 1-2 count. Now the Astros catcher Martin Maldonado. And he chases.
Wow, that was a nasty slider. That had some sharp break to it.
Look how far that was outside. Watch where this ball appears on the strike zone radar.
Look at the target. And that is, it's almost in the left-handed batter's box.
Altuve has bounced out 3 times. We haven't seen a season's worth of Austin Warren, but early impressions are really good athlete, very quick feet. Remember that first out he got in the big leagues? Yeah. When he had to get over to first base in a tight play.
And coming in with the bases loaded. This is a nasty slider. He's got it pretty good as far as the spin rate on his slider. The last one he threw to Maldonado was well above average. That was even better.
Out of play. 0-2. Jose Siri is on deck. Altuve and Warren with Myers at first. Check swing.
Chase.
No, says Nestor Ceja.
I think he held up on that one. That's a pretty good take on it, because especially after some nasty sliders, runs a four-seam fastball upstairs. He's able to turn his body and keep his hands back. Yeah, he held up on that one.
Altuve off the end of the bat. Warren pounces, fires. 2 outs. And Myers now at second. All right, so let's go a step further. If it did end today, here's the year postseason bracket look. Astros and White Sox, and the Rays would get the winner of Yankees and Red Sox. National League, now the Dodgers and the Giants are going to win a ton of games combined, but one of them's going to have to play one game to get in.
Then they're going to play each other.
With Atlanta and the Brewers.
I tell you, don't go to sleep on the Milwaukee Brewers. And Atlanta's been a great story too, considering Acuna Jr. has been out for such a long period of time. He is a fantastic player, but they've really done a nice job. The ball has been incredible picking up in a trade. He's got, what, 37 home runs this year combined this year, again, with the Marlins and the Braves.
Siri, who was 1 for 3. Not a lot of hits in this game. 4 with a run for the Astros. 3 runs, 2 hits for the Angels. Just 2. Slow tapper. Rengifo. Walsh with a stretch. Austin Warren with a scoreless 7th. Everybody up. 7th inning stretch. 3-1 Halos.
Nerds. Have new money goals? NerdWallet can help you find the credit card to make them happen. Want to earn enough points for a weekend of fancy camping? We have options for that. Maybe have a better credit card than your older sister. We have comparison tools for that. Or find a card that lets you donate your cash back to food banks. We have tips for that too. From low rates to the best rewards, easily discover and compare the smartest credit cards. For all your money questions, turn to the nerds.
Angels Baseball at Bally Sports is brought to you by your local Southern California Chevy dealers. By the California Lottery, play scratchers. A little play can make your day. And by your Southern California Cadillac dealers. Big A tonight. The Astros had dominated this series, taking the first 3. Tonight, a tight one. Lance McCullers Jr., Alex Cobb were dueling. The Angels, on just 2 hits, have 3 runs. Ryan Stanek out of the bullpen for Houston. Kurt Suzuki, Luis Rengifo, and David Fletcher. Bottom third of the order, bottom of the 7th inning. Suzuki's work tonight has been behind the plate on an Alex Cobb start, where the thing that has had some dive bombers that he's really had to wrestle into submission.
There's that sound. Yes. Stanek fastball, you see that one at 90-70s, 95, 99 slider, and a very good splitter.
Tomorrow night, Angels Live, 6 o'clock. Get you ready for Seattle and the Angels. Suzuki finds right field.
Nice job going the other way. He was trying to do that earlier when there was a hit and run on him, put on a couple of times. A lot of room on that right side of the infield, gets the job done. Base hit, Kurt Suzuki.
Now Rengifo. Patrick O'Neill will be back in the booth tomorrow night with you, Mark Gubicza. Jose Mota will be along. Opens up the weekend series. And of course, Sunday is an Ohtani start.
Is he pitching on Sunday?
That's the rumor. And it's the last regular season home game. That will be quite a day.
24th stolen base of the season tonight.
Needs one more to join that club. At 25-45, they have a secret handshake. They have a membership card.
Well, you got all the inside information.
I think they get free entrance to the Crown Room at many airports, too. Up the middle, slowly hit. The throw is there. Suzuki trying to get to second, and he does! That's a veteran play.
I don't know if they have another challenge here, though. Remember, they challenged and lost on the stolen base, so the call was safe.
Suzuki didn't want to run into the tag. Forced the throw to first, but then he had to shift gears and get to second.
It's a nice job. It's a veteran move. Stop. Forced to throw. Gurriel got rid of it quickly. Suzuki's able to get his foot in before the tag applied.
Well, that second base umpire, Todd Titchener, was right there.
Now you got a chance at a pinch runner to get that other run across here, especially with Fletch. Tell you what, that was a lot closer than I thought. And you know what? They don't have a challenge.
Kian Wong will pitch run for Suzuki. Fletcher, sharp ground ball to first in the 5th, popped out in shallow center.
Well, they are playing shallow. Look for him to drive the ball in the air. That's what you have to try to do. Get something elevated and try to drive it. Got to stay away from that little flare out to the outfield. He has the power to get it over their head.
Well, you could see the outfield, especially in right field with Sear. He's way over the line and very shallow.
It's a power fastball, tougher to turn on one, but if he throws a splitter, he has a shot.
And right to that spot, almost. Siri is there, and he makes the catch. Two outs, Brandon Marsh, the hitter. Marsh has a hit, and that's notable tonight. There's only 3 of them. for the Angels. Brent Strom arrives at the mound. Strom is a guy that has been with the Astros for a long time and in their organization for a long time. 72-year-old. He was a left-handed pitcher. And he's kind of, you know, when they made that big dive into the technology and more of the new age pitching analytics, Brent Strom embraced it. He's a guy that's been able to blend the old school with the new school.
He was able to convince pitchers like Mr. Verlander to throw more breaking balls than he had in his career with the Tigers, and being very successful. They're big on throwing a lot more breaking pitches and changeups. Stanek, first pitch to a lefty, especially have Shohei on deck. Good chance you get a fastball first pitch here.
Remember, that's Wong at second with 2 outs. Had the plate and looked like top of the zone. Marsh has 3 hits in the series.
That's a pitch that Marsh can hit, though. That slider upstairs like that, left center.
Well, he hit one in his last at bat to one of the deepest parts of the ballpark for an out.
Stanek with the leg kick after he delivered the baseball.
We saw Alex Cobb with a little bunny hop after a few of his comeback fastballs tonight. Same spot, a little harder, 98.
It's pretty good patience, knowing, yes, you like to get this run home, but you also have somebody waiting on deck that can bring home 3 runs with a swing of the bat.
Boy, wouldn't that be fun? Ohtani with runners first and second. That's way outside. Astros have a lefty ready in the pen.
This is when it's fun being the hitter like Brandon Marsh. Back-to-back 3-1 counts. You know who's waiting on deck, because the chance is you're going to get a pitch in the middle of the plate. And he just missed hitting a home run his last at bat. You mentioned that, Rich, all the way to the wall on a 3-1 fastball.
Blake Taylor in the bullpen. 3-1 coming to Marsh. And it's up and it's out. Ohtani's on his way to the plate, but Dusty Baker is going to beat him to the mound. And so Ohtani will go back to the dugout. The iPad is out. And he'll take a look at that.
With ePay giving the information.
This is the planning effect. If you ask Susie about the future, she'll say she's got goals. And since she's got goals, she might need help reaching them. And so she'll get some help from Fidelity. And at Fidelity, someone will help her create a plan for all her goals, which means Susie will be feeling so good about that plan, she can just enjoy right now. That's the planning effect from Fidelity.
Imagine a world where we have the tools to sell things that mean something, like a sunscreen made for melanated skin that blends in. Prove that things don't have to be the way that they've always been. The world's been waiting for what you do.
Ballpark view from the T-Mobile coverage cam. That is actually Ohtani cam. Usually it's swung towards the plate, but there's some Ohtani fans who are out there in deepest, darkest right field. That's about, look how far up that is. And he's hit him up there, so that's not a bad place to be for this at bat. Shohei Ohtani with 2 on, first and second. Angels on top. And Ohtani will face the left-hander, Blake Taylor.
Fastball, 91-96 slider, changeup. Shohei Ohtani, 17 home runs, slugging .615 versus left-handed pitching.
Ohtani, the last 2 nights, has been walked 6 times. 4 times last night. He was 0 for 2. 0 for 1, a strikeout, 2 walks, stolen base number 24, and he scored a run. Lefty on lefty. Big swing and a miss. .45 on the season. With less than 2 weeks left. Taylor misses low. Goslin is the on-deck hitter.
23 home runs versus fastballs, 22 versus non-fastballs for Ohtani.
1-1. Oh,
that's way off the plate. And again, Shohei got the benefit of a call earlier the last walk. This is about a baseball and a half off the outside corner. And that means you're going to see a slider more than likely now.
That may be more than a baseball and a half. Wow. That's a huge swing in the at-bat.
And if you're Blake Taylor, you have to throw a slider well off the plate.
Wong at second. Marsh at first. And the 1-2. Well, he reached out.
Fastball again.
Reached out and got it though. And stays alive. That was protect mode.
It's a nice job by Shohei. You have to. The pitch was called a strike the pitch before.
Ohtani homered on Tuesday night. That's out even further, and it's 2-2. And Taylor has just absolutely, in this at bat, lived outside of the zone. Two.
It's a good at-bat worker for Shohei. He's taken 3 fastballs in a row well off the plate, especially after one was called a strike.
You thought slider. Does Taylor unload it here?
I can't believe he hasn't tried it, and I think he will. He still feels there's an open base, even though that open base is at third base.
Goslin good against lefties, but this is Ohtani. Taylor. That is out by a bunch. That's a terrific at bat and a sign that we've seen over the last 4 or 5 days.
It's kind of a frustrated Shohei Ohtani walking down there. None of those pitches really were overly competitive, being close enough to the plate. And I don't blame Blake Taylor. Let's take a look at our pitch by pitch. Slider off the plate. Fastball, slider again, down and away. Fastball off the plate, called a strike. Fastball, fouled off, good at bat, good swing. Well off the plate, 95. Well off the plate at 95 again. Followed with another fastball well off the plate. And Shohei, third walk of the game. 7 walks.
Remember what Joe
84 on the season.
And remember what Joe Madden and Jeremy Reed were talking about 3-4 days ago, and Jose echoed that. You got to accept the walks. And he's done that. He's not chased as much as he had in early September and late August.
And it's hard to do that when he knows how important it is to the offense.
Without question.
Now, 84 walks in the season. He's going to get a lot of that treatment coming up with Seattle. You just know that for sure.
Now you got Goslin against the lefty, and Taylor misses down.
Hey, the hardest thing to do as a pitcher after you throw so many pitches like that is to come back and throw a strike, and it's almost the exact same spot. He threw all those pitches to Ohtani. It's muscle memory. You're delivering the baseball, pulling across your body, and that's when you see that pitch well out of the strike zone.
Chance to break it open here. Wong, the pinch runner. Marsh, great speed. Same with Ohtani. One-0. Had the plate, but was seemingly up, and it looked like just above the box.
I think Phil Goslin, if he gets another pitch like that upstairs, he's going to hit it hard. He wants that pitch upstairs.
Chopper to third, Bregman to the bag. And the inning and the threat over. Angels leave them loaded, still 3-1. Fans, and make sure if you're coming this weekend, stop by the team store. All over Angel Stadium there are team stores, 25% off select merchandise. Angel Stadium team stores. Shop this weekend. Seattle tomorrow night. Saturday night is fan appreciation night at 6 o'clock, and Shohei Ohtani on the mounds for the final home game on Sunday at 1 o'clock. This was the Alex Cobb start. Austin Warren was terrific for an inning and a third of scoreless. And now Mike Myers takes over. Here in the 8th. Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, and Yuli Gurriel.
Feel and success with a slider important against this part of the lineup for Mike Myers against the Astros.
I was not here when the Red Sox came in, but were the fans on Alex Cora like this? I know he obviously is managing and doesn't have any at-bats.
No, didn't hear it like that. No, this is same division too, all the way through here. Yeah, that's. I mean, and they're good. Like I said, even all 4 of these games, before the game, after the game, it's interacting with the fans, going pre and post game shows, and yeah, they're still. They want to see the Angels win every one of these games every day, but especially against the Astros.
Myers the 1-2, and the fastball is up. Lots of stuff happened in baseball today. Seattle ended up sweeping Oakland, hit a bunch of home runs to do it, to come from behind, 6-5, and they now have a 2-game lead over Oakland and are trying to chase down the Blue Jays in the wild card. Mayfield kicks it, picks it, throws it, got him.
Nice job of not speeding up the game, slowing it down. Yeah, it was a tough play, stayed under control. Jack Mayfield getting that all-important first out. A close game like this, 3-1. You just want to avoid base runners. Hit pretty well, too, by Bregman. Not running quite as well as we've seen in the past. Trying to stay healthy. Trying to stay on the field for the Astros.
Paul Goldschmidt hit 2 home runs late in a wild comeback for the Cardinals to win their 12th straight in Milwaukee. 8-5 was the final. Cardinals seemingly in that wild card spot and not slowing down. That number 2 wild card spot in the National League. Giants lost, amazingly, a close game that they didn't pull out. Padres beat them 7-6. Dodgers won 7-5 in extras in Colorado. Fouled at the plate.
The White Sox win their division. Tony La Russa was the manager of the White Sox division title back in 1983. You go back to what, 13,887 days later, he wins the division with the White Sox. Just a few years later.
Did Tony ever sport the shorts? Was he there when they wore? Remember when they wore shorts for a season?
Not sure about that.
I'm not sure I'd like to see that. Cal Tucker, who's walked a couple times. 2-1 for Myers.
Well, he's almost getting the Ohtani treatment tonight with potential walk again. The way he's hit against the Angels, you don't want to give in. Pretty close, held up.
You hit 8 home runs against the team in a season. That's the royal treat. You get the Ohtani treatment. Now that's a gift, although that last one was close as well.
It's about at least a baseball off the corner, maybe 2 baseballs off the corner.
Well, that's the Ohtani treatment, right? I mean, right? Ohtani had a pitch called for a strike on his last at bat.
Boy, he is incredibly patient too. There was a couple pitches, even one walk he had against Alice Cobb. He threw a nice splitter down and in. He just didn't even attempt to swing at it.
It's one thing that Houston's really good at. Their on-base percentage, especially the first 6 hitters in their order. Bregman, Tucker, Gurriel, Correa, Altuve. And obviously, that's an area where the Angels need to improve their on-base percentage. And it can happen pretty quickly when you get Trout and Rendon healthy, because both those guys are high on-base percentage guys as well as production guys, as Gurriel takes outside. Trout's career on base is .419. Rendon's is .369.
That's impressive.
And you would think that the rising tide will carry a few boats with it. Into the bat for Gurriel. Fletcher out. Marsh is in, and he makes the catch. Have you seen Marsh badly misplay a ball this year? I don't think I remember.
Incredible reads off the bat.
For a rookie to come in and jump into center field and play every day like he's been playing.
Remember, he didn't get a whole lot of playing action. He's dealt with a lot of different things this entire year for Marsh.
That's a good point. And things that I've never had to deal with, and I hope I don't have to. Liner, Fletcher makes the catch. Bullpen's been terrific. First Austin Warren, and now Mike Myers. Roberto Clemente Award, which recognizes the players across baseball who best represent the game through positive contributions on and off the field. Vote today, MLB.com/Clemente21. Big A tonight, Shohei Ohtani and the Angels trying to get game 4 of this series. Well-pitched game, well-played game.
Shohei Ohtani with 7 walks in the last two nights. Picked up his 24 stolen base, scored a run. Walsh, sac fly. Jack Mayfield, 2-run double. The difference in the game.
Jared Walsh, then Mayfield, and then Jose Rojas. Mayfield's 2-run double in the 6th. Good pick by Gurriel. And Walsh is out. Arco, top-tier play presented, of course, in living color by Arco. And that's Mayfield down the left field line. Last night it was right field line.
That gives you 5 RBI the last 2 nights with the captain.
How many pirate videos have you sent out on big nights from Mayfield? I don't know where you find that stuff, but it's good.
I'm going a little Dead Poet Society. Oh, captain, my captain, though, for the captain today.
You know, see, one night it's rap, the next night it's literature, it's fine literature, classics.
Remember, we went back to school today, so we have to
that's right.
Continue that.
Oh, Mayfield gets into that one. Into the corner it goes. Jack Mayfield. double.
And he went double-double. Jack Mayfield. Little spinning breaking ball. Remember, that's the one he hooked down the line of breaking ball. This time it's upstairs, elevated even more so. Gets his foot down. His timing was perfect. Great sound off the bats. 15 doubles on the season. Jack Mayfield.
Angels Live tonight, we talked about him. You were down on the set with Patrick. I was up here. Just about the opportunity that he's had, the nights that he's taken advantage of it.
No, he's getting good sound off the bat. That means he's getting barrels. Exit velocity there, barrel the bat.
Rojas 0 for 2. 1 out. Martinez misses out. Seth Martinez. It was Lance McCullers Jr. and he looked really good from the start. In fact, McCullers and Alex Cobb were both perfect through 3 innings. Retired each the first 9 they'd faced. Ryan Stanek got a couple outs. Blake Taylor and now Martinez, 3rd out of the pen. Two balls and a strike. And you know that he's ready. Iglesias for the 9th.
Looking for that little add-on run here.
Rojas stays alive, or rather runs the count to 2-2. And a foul tip.
An all-speed changeup.
That's strike 3 called.
That was a nasty fastball, especially changeup before that plane and delivery of his fastball right on the inside corner at the knees. It's a tough pitch. From an 83, 84 mile an hour changeup to 93 or 92 at the knees.
Max Stassi now will get his first at bat. He came in when the Angels pinch ran for Suzuki. Kian Wong back in the 7th. Stassi now. Mayfield at second. Only 4 hits for the Angels. Only 4 hits for the Astros. Breaking ball for Martinez. Strike 1. Your Phillies had a big comeback. 12 unanswered runs. They were down 6-0. They went 12-6.
There's a lot of big comebacks in baseball today. But getting that last out is always the most difficult one. Battle all the way through.
One and a strike. Ronald Torreyes had a big hit. His entry, his walk-up song is La Bamba.
Yeah, he's a fan favorite there.
He is. And hit a big home run, and he got the home run sombrero. Hit hard. Oh, a leaping catch by Bregman.
That is the hot corner What a play by Bregman.
Rob Stassi and the Angels of an extra run. On the nose. And in the webbing.
Welcome to the nerd life. Welcome to the nerd life.
The pennant chase is all about the numbers on MLB Now, only on MLB Network.
Welcome to the nerd life.
How the Angels got here with all the moves they made. They have a
Meet Justin Upton. He's watching MLB Network.
Again, the lineup got deeper.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
They're deep. They're deep.
No one covers the show like MLB Network.
Put a star by that one.
Turn on baseball's best with over 200 live games all season.
Oh, my goodness.
Catch live look-ins every night on MLB Tonight.
Oh, baby.
Plus breakdowns and highlights of your team, my team, every team.
And gone.
Bring home our national pastime all the time. Only on MLB Network.
Well, he looked good last night. Raisel Iglesias in tonight. The difference tonight, he's trying to nail this down, going for the save. '62nd appearance, low whip, ERA of 2.5. He's got the bottom third of the order for the Astros.
So we got a pinch hitter already on deck for the Astros. Marwin Gonzalez. Also, you remember they have Yordan Alvarez on the bench.
Alex Cobb, 5 2/3. Austin Warren for an inning and a third. Scoreless. Mike Myers, an inning, scoreless. Swing and a miss. Out in right field, Joe Madden brings in Juan Lagares. And Iglesias misses outside.
The all-important first out here in the ninth. So Iglesias.
'96.
And different arm angles he can throw. All his pitches.
McCormick has power, 13 home runs. Iglesias misses away. That's 2-2. Iglesias out number 1.
That changeup is so good. Sells it with the arm action, and that's a 90-mile-an-hour changeup. Punch out.
Marwin Gonzalez.
Hurry up and strike out!
Alex Cobb went 5 2/3, but he's not in line for the win here. Austin Warren would pick it up. Gonzalez, versatile piece, back with the Astros.
That's another great changeup. And speaking of a changeup or the thing, go back to Hyundai Key for the game tonight. 10th Avenue freeze-out. That was Cobb. Excellent bullpen. Excellent.
Oh, 2. Gonzalez gets a piece. It's like Jason Castro on deck. Oh, 2. 1 out. Yes! Got him.
So a punch out on a changeup, punch out, backdoor slider. That's a great pitch. Good delivery. Perfect spot. Freezes him. Just like the Hyundai Key. 10th Avenue freeze out.
Very nice. Way to tie it up in a nice little bow with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Castro swings and misses. Well, last night was a game that the Angels thought they should have, and they should have won. They had opportunities. Lost the lead in the 7th. Opportunities to walk off in the 10th.
Yes.
Oh, 2. Oh, 2 pitch. Angels Live is coming up. Patrick O'Neill, Mark Gubiza, Jose Mota. Jose will be down on the field. Raisel Iglesias. 2 hitters, 2 strikeouts. 1-2. In the air, left center. Marsh racing, track, wall, and it's gone. The Astros aren't done yet. Jason Castro, opposite field.
He homered to right center yesterday and homers to left center. He can cover a fastball pretty good.
He got one.
Did it last night.
Center cut, 97.
That's an impressive swing to staying back and driving.
Now Altuve. A 3 for 14 series for Altuve. Foul back, look out.
Rob had that all the way.
He knocked it down, he made a play. That's all you can ask. One. That's down low. Altuve homered on Tuesday, a 2-run shot, big 2-run double in the 12th last night. Foul back, Gooby over your head. Iglesias to Altuve. This crowd's been on their feet for a while.
Yeah, they've been into this. They want this W here.
Castro's home run has cut it to 1. Soft fly ball, left field, falls for a hit. Goslin to get it. And Altuve keeps the night alive for Houston.
It's a long swing on a breaking ball. End of the bat, making contact. And it falls in nicely for Jose Altuve. Was able to catch that breaking ball out in front before it got to the dirt.
Stassi went into the dugout for a change of equipment. I'm not sure if it was the mask or the glove.
Iglesias looking for his 5th career save against the Astros, although they've had some pretty good swings against him. See if he can quickly make the adjustment and get that final out here.
Series 1 for 4. Altuve, 5 stolen bases this year, not running as much as in the past. Iglesias misses down. Suddenly Iglesias, you look up, he's at 20 pitches. Angels grabbed a 1-0 lead in the 4th. Astros tied it in the 6th. Angels had just 1 hit until that bottom half. That's a strike. And they got 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th. Jack Mayfield with a 2-run double. Iglesias and Siri. Siri's first 2 weeks in the big leagues, he's hit 4 home runs. And Iglesias with the count 1-2. Goodness. Got him. And a check swing. It was in the strike zone by a wide margin. But the check swing, Iglesias will take it. Ball game for the Angels. And a look at that final out, that final strike.
Iglesias running that fastball up. Definitely almost a full swing. Good call. Finishing up. Salvage the last game here against the Astros. The bullpen overall very, very solid. The captain, clutch. Couple doubles, driving in 2. Sac fly by Jerry Walsh. Alex Cobb was outstanding in his game again today. 2 games in a row coming back from the IL. Outstanding for the Cobber.
And a 6-game losing streak ends for the Angels. And this is Jack Mayfield. Big double last night to knock in 3. This one knocks in 2.
Catching those breaker balls, 2 of them in the game, staying back and finding them for doubles, double. 15 doubles on the season for the captain. Oh, captain.
Oh, Jose Mota is with the captain.
Thanks, Rich. Our Toyota player of the game, Jack Mayfield. A tough team on the other side, a tough pitcher on the mound, but capitalizing on opportunities with your at-bat, how important was that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we needed it. We've been grinding every game, and you got to give credit to the guys before me for getting on. And the whole pitching staff was awesome tonight, so you got to give credit to them.
Let's get back to the pitching staff, and obviously there's always talk in the dugout. You guys want to take care of those guys in any other way, but making sure they're rewarded for the effort that they put in there today, starting with Cobb.
Absolutely. I mean, they grind every day. We grind every day. So we're just going out there and competing and playing our game. And, I'm glad we were able to pull this out.
Well, the subject of competing, now you have a difference coming into the Seattle series, make a difference in the standings, the way they're playing. And how important is that for the young players, especially to go through that?
Absolutely. Everyone's, developing, and everyone's trying to play their best, of course. So we just got to keep playing our game. And today showed what we got, and we got to keep doing that.
Captain Jack does it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Jack Mayfield, one more time, gets it done against another former team. Took an effort, took a little bit of everything, including productive outs, aggressive base running, and all that for the Angels to take care of the Houston Astros. Coming up, Angels Live, led by Patrick O'Neill, Gooby, yours truly, Rich Waltz. How about a closer look at this one? As Jack strikes again. Stay tuned.